Southampton Town Board to order on this 14th day of February 2023. Please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's please remain standing, join together for a moment of silence. We traditionally do this at our meetings, keeping our men and women of our armed services in our thoughts and prayers. But also, I'd like to join in this moment of silence in memory and honor of the 36,000 individuals so far in Turkey who died in that tragic earthquake just a few days ago. So let's think about them and their loved ones, and let's join together in silence. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
Okay. So everybody is here. We've got a long meeting ahead of us. Let me start by making it longer. There's a few items that have been requested to add to the agenda. There's 8 additional resolutions. Hopefully we'll be able to do this as one motion, but 42487 authorizes purchases of stationery supplies and equipment, custodial supplies, and water cooler rental and bottled water from WB Mason Company, Inc. 42495 authorizes town personnel from the town police to attend the NTOA SWAT Team Leader Development Conference. 42499, which is sponsored by Councilman Bouvier and Councilwoman McNamara, authorizes a supervisor to submit a grant application to the Household Hazardous Waste State Assistance Program. 42501 from Councilman Bouvier, awards and authorizes the supervisor to sign contract with Grengus Ford LLC for 2022 F-350 with service body. 42506 ratifies stipulation of settlement and release of claims and reassigns groundskeeper 1. 42509 sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara and Councilman Scavone, authorizes the supervisor to execute a contract with Edward Wolfserdorf to assist with the review of backlog building permit plans in the Department of Land Management. 42525 is our third warrant. 42528 reappoints Kevin Bilvari to the Board of Assessment Review. So I'll make one motion to walk all 8 resolutions onto our agenda. This requires a supermajority vote. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, approved. So we'll take those up at the end. All right, next order of business, I'd like to make a motion to approve our minutes from our regular town board meeting of January 24th, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Okay, we're going to move on to communications. Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the Suffolk County Department of Economic Development and Planning regarding the Shellfish Aquaculture Lease Program. Town of Riverhead, notice of adoption. Town of Southold, public hearing notices. From the Village of North Haven, public hearing notices. The Village of Southampton Architectural Review and Historic Preservation Board for 125 Burnett Street, and Zoning Board of Appeals application for the same location. New York State liquor license, 30-day advance notice to local municipality from the listed new applications. and financial disclosure statement filing from the listed individual. Emails, letters, and land use applications have been received regarding the following: change of zone application entitled Liberty Gardens, County Road 39, Southampton, proposed CPF preservation of the John Steinbeck home, Sag Harbor, proposed CPF purchase of the Marsden Street parcels, Sag Harbor, and the revitalization and beautification of Hampton Bays. Zoning Board of Appeals applications for the listed addresses: 1240 Ocean Road, Bridgehampton, and 3 Oldfield Road, North Sea. The following bid and request for proposals took place February 1st for the 2023 water lily removal for Mill Pond from the trustees, February 8th for 2016 used F-350 service truck for the Highway Department, and a 2021 used Ford Super Duty F-550 also for the Highway Department. A 2022 F-350 with service body for the Parks Department. The following report was filed by the Town Comptroller's Office for the January 2023 monthly financial reports. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Sandy. Okay, so we're going to move on to public hearings. We have 7 public hearings scheduled for this afternoon. This is a hybrid meeting, so you are invited to participate, and people are also invited to participate from the comfort of their homes or offices or other remote locations through the internet. First, obviously, the people who are here will have an opportunity to be heard, and then we will go to those who are watching online. Okay, each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to make their comments known. The clerk will let you know when you're approaching the end, the last 30 seconds. So we ask that you be brief. If you can also always submit additional comments in writing. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 1, to consider the acquisition of development rights at 2 Bluff Lane, the John Steinbeck home, Sag Harbor, and to amend the CPF project plan and CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
All right, thank you. And this is the second public hearing on this matter. We had adjourned it. I think we didn't have the access plan fully developed, which we do now.
Correct.
And so we wanted to allow more time for more public comment, particularly on that issue. But I will turn things over to Jacqueline Fenelon, who is our acting CPF program manager.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. Nice to see you all. So today we're here for the Elaine A. Steinbeck Trust, the owners of a 1.8 acre property at 2 Bluff Point Lane in Sag Harbor in the village, Suffolk County Tax Map number 903-4-13.1, and we are considering the purchase of development rights for $11.2 million at the subject property, which you can see here. This is a very special property located at the terminus of Bluff Point Lane in Sag Harbor. I've walked the grounds myself. It really is a special and unique place. So happy to be working with Sag Harbor Partnership and University of Texas, and the Mishner Center to review the public access plan. We worked really hard. And I think last time I said it was really a balancing act of a lot of scenarios. Making sure we consider the most public access that we can while keeping the safety of the riders in mind, as well as the discretion of the quiet community that everyone enjoys in this area.
So this is sort of merging the idea of historic preservation with creating somewhat of a public place, quasi-public place.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, giving access, but basically letting the riders know when access to the public will be, limited times, but giving a registration program process to people who want to view the property during those hours that we've allotted on the public access plan.
Yeah, so the town won't own the property, the not-for-profit will own the property, and
Correct.
and they're going to bring quite a bit of money into this to acquire it,
Yes.
the fee title to it, and they will
Correct.
maintain it as a writer's retreat with limited but meaningful public use.
Yes. Yeah, and if you want, I'll go over the key points of the public access.
Just before you do,
agreement. Oh, sure.
Tommy John had taken a leadership role on this, Councilman Schiavone, and brought it to this point. I wanted to give him an opportunity even before he wanted to.
Thank you, Supervisor. When this property came for sale in February of 2021, there's a lot of public interest on the South Fork to acquire it in some way, shape, or form. And I think many of the public officials, in the village and the town, wanted to take a good shot at this, wanted to save the Steinbeck home in the best way that we could. One of the stipulations, one of the requirements that we put on folks who really wanted to save this was to establish a stewardship, to make this place an institution on the East End that it would ring true to the life of John Steinbeck and the literary history on the South Fork. And they've done that. We have a steward at the Mitchell Center of the University of Texas to maintain this property as a writers in residence program along with public access. So we believe that we have something unique and good for the South Fork and for Sag Harbor. And so we're excited to move forward with this and to save it. Do we want to be the people? Do we want to be the generation to let this home in Sag Harbor go by and have a house go up on it? And that really was one of the measurements that I know members of the town board and myself, we looked at when we were considering this. So with this, there's some things that I probably should say at the end, but I appreciate the comments. And Jackie, I appreciate your work as well on this.
So Jackie, as you go through the access plan, and I think it's important for the public to be able to vet the access plan, just for everybody to know that this was a balancing act. We wanted the public to be able to go and see where Steinbeck lived and wrote, but it is in a quiet neighborhood on a narrow street that didn't really lend itself to a fully public park property. And so we sort of tried to balance the needs of the neighborhood with the needs of the public at large, with also the not-for-profit that had significant skin in the game, wanting to do a writer's retreat in the spirit of John Steinbeck. So that the access plan really is merging those competing interests. So I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say I feel like it's very fitting because a lot of love went into this and a lot of legacy is here. And on Valentine's Day, I think that's very important to say that, there's legacy in the John Steinbeck and Elaine Steinbeck. So that will live on, and it's a good day to have everyone here. So, yeah. So then, I'll go into the specifics of the open house first. So the open house is something that we really wanted to focus on. This will give 3 days of the holiday weekends to the public. So this is by reservation. It'll have 20 slots available per hour, which includes visitors coming to the property as well as possibly by boat. Those hours are a little bit longer, so that would be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And those are on the weekends of Memorial Day, Labor Day, and Columbus Day weekends. So that includes Saturday, Sunday, and Mondays. And that will give residents and visitors interior access, but limited not to the bedrooms, to the private areas where the writers will be staying. Next would be the main June and July visits, which would be the prime time summertime. So those would be appointment visits as well with 20 slots, and those would be on Saturdays only during the hours of 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. And then in these times, there would not be access to the main house. It would just be to walk the grounds, view the lovely gazebo, which is on the property in a very special spot that I know everyone is very interested in. Next would be the basically fall through the spring. So that would be a time where you would have every Saturday by appointment only with 20 slots, which would also include the boat visit access. And those would also, again, be from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. And that would be on every Saturday. So that limits it to every Saturday, 12 to 4 p.m. from September through May. And then we specified parking at the property. This is also a balancing act because we don't want to degrade the quiet neighborhood and create a large parking lot, but we do want there to be room for visitors to come. So we asked that there be 7 slots, inclusive of 5 public parking spots, as well as ADA compliance to gain access to the property. Boat access is also being considered and contemplated for the property for the open houses and for Saturday visits. So that would be 10 guests per boat and 1 boat per hour. And that would also be from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. And then a special aspect of this, which we've worked closely with the Michener Writing Center on, is a writing class. So that this would be a writing class. It would be 1 day per year. It would be open to high schools that have Southampton town residents attend those high schools. And it would be open to 2 students per school, if so, if so desired. So those are really the main talking points of the public access plan. It is available on the town's website as well at the CPF department link, and then it was also posted in the paper last week.
I'd like to add that the Michener Center, they see this as an outreach program as well, that their writers would integrate into the community, speak at schools and some of the other functions in and around the area, not just Sag Harbor, but the South Fork in general. So inasmuch it is about the property, they look at it as their institution is going to be integrating with the surrounding community as well. In addition, we're also going to be pursuing historic designation on the property. It currently does not exist, but we want to add that as well.
Correct.
We're going to make a good faith effort.
All right. Any other questions from the board for Ms. Fenelon? All right, so we're going to go right to the public then. We have a number of people looking to be heard on this issue. I'm just going to take them in the order that they were received. It looks like Ken Schnaper? All right. Thank you for the help with that. I'll say who's on deck, too, if that's helpful. If you're not near the podium, then you could find your way over there. Susan Mead is on deck. Stay right where you are.
Good day. Thank you for rekindling my interest in the author. I haven't read him in 55, 60 years, and I'm starting again. The problem that I want to address is that we talk about his spirit and his philosophy and his presence. Well, he was an everyman kind of person. He was a person that talked about the downtrodden, the migrants, those sorts of issues were very paramount to him. And I understand the constraints of the property because of its boundary. But by the same token, I just wonder if there were other options that perhaps could have been addressed. Now, I'm pleased to hear that the Historic Committee may take a look at this, which is the zoning board, I take it. And if that's the case, maybe they can restrict use and kind of do an other kind of deal, because I see the value personally as the writer's cottage, the boat dock, the grounds, which are what, 1.8 acres in total. I don't know whether the boat access shouldn't be also further considered, because I don't know, the Statue of Liberty has the Circle Line going up to it. Why limit a public access right-of-way to a small number of people? 10, what is it now, on Saturdays? I mean, he had a quote, which I want to give to you, which is the story, if it's not about the hearer, he will not listen. And a great and interesting story is about everyone, or it will not last. Everyone seems to me to be the byword here, in the spirit which we all talk about of Mr. Steinbeck. I know that Salinas, California has a national museum. It's funded, the building is, by the University of California, Monterey. There, the building is owned by the university,
30 seconds.
but is run by the foundation. They've got tons of stuff, manuscripts, notes. The University of Texas has its own Ransom Center, which has plenty of stuff. I don't see where there's anything in what I've heard that says there'll be quote unquote stuff about the author. I think there ought to be stuff.
3 minutes.
There ought to be manuscripts. there ought to be educational opportunity on-site, not off-site. I would read it again. I think I get more out of it now than I did when I was in high school. I just want to end, if I can. There's other writers' models, like the McDowell Colony, which one of my family members went to. There are 30 cottages in the woods, New Hampshire. That's a deal. Not two. We still, I don't know how many people are going to be invited to be resident. 1, 2, 4. How many bedrooms are there? That to me is a problem.
Ken, you're gonna have to wrap. 'cause
Okay,
we're at 33
every man.
minutes. Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Susan, you're next, and on deck is Diana Howard.
Hi, I'm Susan Mead. I hope my accent sounds like every man.
What?
I said, I hope my accent sounds a little every man.
I hope so too.
I'm co-president of the Sag Harbor Partnership. You've asked us not to repeat our remarks, so we'll try to all, at the partnership level, keep it short and concise and not repetitive. First of all, I want to thank each of you on the board, supervisor and members of the town council, for all your hard work on this, particularly the access plan. You came up with thoughtful ideas, improved it, and it was hard work, and we really appreciate it. And also to your staff. They've been fantastic to work with. I wanted to review our access management plan that we're working on, since it's not been submitted yet, but it's in pretty good shape. And I'm happy to answer questions at the end of this if you'd like to ask them. First of all, we've reserved the name Steinbeck House, Inc., and we're creating the bylaws, and we have 7 of the listed groups that you've asked us to request that they join. We've asked them if they would volunteer if this is approved today, and we've gotten yeses. So it's all subject to you today, but we're trying to run fast so we can get this set up if we can get it done. We've asked people to be docents, and we have 10 people signed up, and one person suggested that we ask the high schools if they could earn, the students there could earn community credit for docent responsibilities, which I thought was a great idea. We've looked at off-site parking lots. We've identified 4 and started conversations with a couple of the managers of those lots. We have asked for shuttle service providers to submit proposals, and we have 2 out of the 3 we've identified. The parking plan, I think you all already know this. We found 7 sites, 7 parking spaces, 1 ADA on site. We expect to have the full plan implemented by Memorial Day. That's what we're shooting for. In terms of the website creation, we have a goal of May 1. We have a goal of low impact, protecting the neighborhood. We have a goal of an access plan with a calendar and a timetable. Like, as Diana pointed out to me, Everbright has such a thing. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to find somebody who can integrate it with what our needs are.
30 seconds.
And we have docent check-in planned at the entrance of Buff Point Lane, and another docent on the property. Handicap access will be on-site and in small groups. And most importantly, and I'll wrap up, after the first Memorial Day and thereafter, we're going to work with the neighborhood to improve, perfect, and respect their homes and their neighborhood. Special thanks to people like C. Brown, John Bourne, Jane LaGuardia,
3
Alan
minutes.
DeMont, Luke Babcock, and Tracy Mitchell for the countless hours and hard work from the neighborhood. We have a plan, and we hope to implement it smoothly. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
This is first, thank you for all the work you've put into this. I know it's a labor of love, being
Yeah.
Valentine's Day. So.
Yeah.
But the not-for-profit, and I mentioned this, I refer to it as skin in the game, but
Right.
not only all this work that you're doing, you guys have been doing significant amount of fundraising.
Yes, sir.
So there's a delta between the town's purchase of development right and the actual purchase of the property, which
Correct.
is around $2.3 million.
Right.
And so I don't know how close you are to that. It appears you're still fundraising. Are you confident that you'll be able to?
We're
meet them?
$199,000 away. We started a GoFundMe site. I can tell you, we looked at it this morning. We, the state through Fred Thiel has been gracious enough to offer us $750,000 grant. UT is giving us a no-interest loan for a year because it's a reimbursement grant. And so we're 199,000 blah, blah, blah short. So we are racing. We would not be here today if we weren't confident. So that's where we are,
Okay,
which is
and-
pretty good out of 2.3.
Not bad. So in addition to that, my understanding is that either the Mitchell Center or University of Texas is also setting aside some funds to endow the property so that it can be protected.
They're committing to come up with a $10 million endowment to protect, manage, and run the Writers Program, the retreat. It's not a retreat, it's a residency program. There are 2 bedroom, to answer your question, sir, there are 2 bedrooms in the house. And that will be the maximum number of writers at any given time. Respect the R20 zoning. So it will be in good hands.
And the not-for-profit or Mitchell Center would pay all the utility bills,
Yes, sir.
mow the lawn, whatever, security,
Yes, sir.
whatever is needed.
They'll be
at
on
this
later,
property,
but
which-
I expect a lease as soon as this hearing concludes. I mean,
which
nobody
want the
wants
public to understand
yeah.
too, that if the town were to have gone this alone, we still would have had to find a group like the not-for-profit to
Yeah.
manage this property, and the CPF funds cannot be used to maintain the property, mow
Right.
the lawn, pay the utility bills, none of that. So this is actually an ideal arrangement, to me, an ideal
is.
arrangement to have an organization not only that steps up to do the operation, but actually raises the money to complete the deal, which is
Right,
a significant amount of money to raise from a small community.
that's true.
Right.
We tried other universities, and UT obviously ended up being the best choice, and absolutely the best choice and the best partner. So, but it's not the only person we contacted, and no one else wanted to take it on. It's a huge undertaking.
Well, and they were sort of selected because of Elaine Steinbeck's relationship
Yes.
with the college,
Yes.
university. So,
One of the large donors for a significant university in the hood, so to speak, in other words, close state, suggested finding where the papers were. And there were only 2 places in the country, and UT was one of them. And they wanted to take this opportunity.
Those are the original Steinbeck writings.
Yes. They were donated by Elaine Steinbeck to the Ransom Center. And she actually went to University of Texas, and the heirs are in Austin. So it's a terrific fit.
my understanding too is that you have reached out to Robert Reeves at the Master of Fine Art and Literature program at Stony Brook University, and
I've left messages for him, and we worked with the president's office earlier this summer with UT, who, got them engaged. Diana will address that next. We have a letter that she's going to read in that regard.
okay.
Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Any other questions for Ms. Mead? Thank you, Susan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring up, it was Diana Howard. Diana will be followed by April Gordick.
Thank you very much. I'm a member of the Sag Harbor Partnership, and I wanted to read a letter that we received after, as Susan said, conversations with Stony Brook University. And so we received a letter from Judith Greiman, Chief Deputy to the President of Stony Brook University, and she's also Senior Vice President for Government and Community Relations. Dear Southampton Town Supervisor Schneiderman and Town Board, I'm writing to thank you and the Town Board for your support of the Steinbeck Writers Retreat project and your willingness to back it with community preservation funds. Though Stony Brook University is not able to financially support the project, we look forward to serving on the advisory board of the new Writers Retreat not-for-profit and exploring other ways in which the project can interact with the faculty and students in Stony Brook's MFA and other programs. Thank you for your consideration of this important project to preserve John Steinbeck's literary legacy. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention was just in response to some of the questions and comments, the $10 million endowment that the University of Texas is planning to raise would not only cover maintenance, insurance, taking care of the property, but they would like to be able to be in a position to offer stipends to authors who come to the residency and then get higher and higher quality writers. So it's an all-encompassing endowment. There'll be
taking care of the property, but also hoping to raise money for stipends for the authors. The other thing is because they do have papers at the Ransom Center at the University of Texas, as this program grows, they've talked about perhaps digitizing some of those papers to be available on site. Now, that wouldn't happen Memorial Day weekend of this year, but they're really thoughtfully thinking about how to work with, grow, and expand the project. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to bring April Gornick up, followed by Catherine Soka.
Can I defer?
I'm sorry?
Can I defer and you can go to the next person?
Okay, so how far back do you want to go?
Yeah,
You want to just not speak potentially?
maybe the end.
All right, so David Nelson will follow April.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm on the board of the Sag Harbor Partnership. And in addition to thanking you once again for continuing this important hearing, I also wanted to thank Jackie Fenlon for all of her hard work on this. I'm sorry that I neglected to do that last week. Last meeting. It seems like last week. I've been asked to read to you a letter that my husband, Eric Fischel, we're co-founders of the church in Sag Harbor, wrote about this and about the Steinbeck Writers Retreat, so I'm just going to do that quickly. Dear Supervisor Schneiderman and Southampton Town Council, what separates Sag Harbor from so many more of the agrarian towns and villages on the East End is that it has actively participated in a global economy through products produced here. Perhaps because of this, it has long been in the nature of its citizens to be tolerant of diversity, which has attracted, among others, artists who have thrived in this environment. Sag Harbor has certainly gone through its share of boom and busts, but it has always found ways to shift footing and adapt to new industry. That quality that is the character of Sag Harbor can be summed up by one word: resilience. At this moment, there are two driving forces that are shaping the future of our economic health that can be understood as a pitched battle for the soul of Sag Harbor. One is the development of this town in the image of others. It is an economic model that would be applied to Sag Harbor. It is boilerplate and uninspired. It does not take into consideration the qualities and strengths of who we are and have always been: fiercely independent, resourceful, irreverent, and skeptical. What this development model sees in Sag Harbor is a charming beach community that is wildly underutilized as a resource to develop and cater to wealthy people looking for familiarity and duplication. This model sees the people of this town as needy, subservient, lacking imagination, and already tamed. The other force for development of a revitalized Sag Harbor is coming from within. It has been here from the days of whaling, and it has never left. It is an industry that is easy to overlook because it has never been thought of as an industry, yet it is one of our greatest untapped assets. Its product has not been understood for its community building as well as an economic driver. The arts have been dismissed or sidelined by the misconception that its value is merely that of entertainment and diversion, or worse, that it has been seen as frivolous and unnecessary, made by weirdos and misfits. However, this workforce of writers, performers, composers, musicians, visual artists, dancers, filmmakers, and the businesses that are being built around them and their products are contributing greatly to the health and well-being
30
of
seconds.
this town. The church, the cinema, and Bay Street Theater, along with the gallery, shops, restaurants, and trades, have generated a heat source of creative vitality that is enriching and fulfilling to our local citizens and attracting people from all over who want to know, discover, and experience just what the hell is going on here. We need to seize this moment. There is a generational shift in what people are looking for, and willing to support that is affecting even the
3
global
minutes.
economy. We are seeing people and their young families who are looking for exposure and participation in an immersive, experience-driven, creative economy that is uplifting and tied to communal unity. It is our obligations as citizens of the East End to recognize, protect, and nurture the history and qualities that keep us authentic. Among the giants of the artists who have been a part of this rich Sag Harbor history, there is no disputing that John Steinbeck is a giant among them. The ethical impact of his novels awarded him a place in the pantheon of world literature. His being awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature attests to his contribution and impact on our culture. That he was given the award for the novel he wrote that takes place in Sag Harbor is greater reason for the preservation of his home as a national treasure in recognition of a true local hero, to allow his home to be a designation site for the public wanting to honor him, and as a residence for writers aspiring to live up to the high water mark that his novels have, is an urgent necessity. The Steinbeck Writers Retreat is absolutely necessary to realize this noble goal, and I thank you for your support of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can submit that.
Water's right outside.
Take a deep breath. All right, David Nelson, and David will be followed by Peter Ginna. Ginay?
Good afternoon, Supervisor and Council members. Thank you for your efforts to preserve this great estate and the memories of John Steinbeck. But I have to say that the current two-page public access plan raises more questions than answers. It is insufficient. It is a plan to have a plan at some point in the future, and I guess that's confirmed by that there's a new access management plan in the works. It doesn't have the detail necessary to support an $11 million purchase. It's just common sense and good management to plan for parking, traffic, toilets, logistics, legal issues, environmental impacts before you write a check, particularly one over $11 million. We should set the rules before the game starts. During the open houses, there could be as many as 160 people a day visiting the property. It's a lot of people in a small space. I see no disclosures or commitments about parking, environmentals, or security in the two-page plan. This will have a significant impact on the neighborhood in the busy summer season. And there's no reason to rush. The property has been on the market for years. The real estate market has cooled. If you do approve this transaction, which is one of the largest the Southampton CPF has ever made, who would be the real beneficiaries? They would be the Steinbeck estate and the University of Texas. The Steinbecks get more money than they would earn in a free market transaction, probably improved tax benefits. And the University of Texas, a huge and wealthy university system with perhaps the largest endowment in the country, gets a long-term lease about which we have no information and with no money up front. I wonder why Southampton will put up 83% of the funds, which only buys the development rights, not even the property itself, and only get a sliver of control, one board seat out of 15. Well, University of Texas, with its $43 billion endowment, puts up zero. Southampton puts up 11 million, gets open houses. UT puts up zero, and one day a year, they're writing sessions for high school students from Southampton. One day a year. Does that make sense? Another reason not to rush is there are better alternatives. The CPF could use the money to buy the 7-Eleven property to double the size and stature of Steinbeck Park. Steinbeck's writing gazebo, which is the only item of historical interest on the property, could be moved there, making it accessible literally to hundreds of times more people with a far greater community benefit. So I urge the board to table this proposal until a detailed plan is prepared, disclosed, and vetted. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so next up, Peter Ginay.
Peter Ginay, yeah,
And
from
then,
Sag Harbor.
Peter will be followed by Meg Gibson.
I'll try to be brief because you've heard a lot already and there's more people to hear from. I just want to say three things about this, and particularly with about this question of public access. First of all, I'm born and raised in Sag Harbor, and I remember studying Steinbeck at Pearson High School, and amazingly, I don't remember any discussion in the two classes on Steinbeck works that we read that talked about Steinbeck as a local writer. And I just think how meaningful it would have been to me as a student back then to know that just literally down the hill was his house, and you could visit it and see the place where he wrote, and even maybe sit at that in the gazebo one day. I think that's a real benefit for the community that maybe the previous speaker is underrating. I'm also a member of the board of Save Sag Harbor, which is an organization that is devoted to preserving the culture and character of the village. And we've written to this board in favor of supporting this proposal. One of the things that we said was important to be worked out in our letter that we wrote some months ago was the public access question. I think we're pretty happy with the balancing act that Supervisor Schneiderman has described and that we've heard about today. I'm also somebody who I'm work in the book business myself. I've been a book editor for about 40 years. I've worked with a lot of writers. And one of the things I'm very aware of, having worked with so many authors, is the importance to creative writers of having privacy and serenity and a tranquil workspace. And these kinds of retreats and residencies are incredibly valuable. I've known a lot of authors who have benefited and really made important progress in their work in these kinds of settings. So I think that a really important part of the public access is to preserve the
30 seconds.
isolation and the ability to concentrate and focus of the people who are there. So I think that unfettered sort of public access to the property is not to the benefit of either the public or the writers. I think this is a pretty good solution that's been worked out here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got Meg Gibson, followed by Nancy Aikenbach.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Here's my list. Ernest Hemingway, Zane Grey, Mark Twain, Edith Wharton, Eugene O'Neill, Nathaniel Hawthorne, Henry Thoreau, William Faulkner in New Orleans, and the Provincetown Dune Shacks in the National Seashore. These are all places that I visited in my youth and adulthood in America, meccas for inspiration, education, and camaraderie. And at the time, I didn't even imagine the community effort it must take to hold on to these places, or the expense it would take to keep them going. I just needed to get there, to feel what these master writers managed to give themselves, a place to make their best possible work. And now, John Steinbeck. And what a spot he found in Sag Harbor, and what work he made. And now here I am with you, realizing the cost and care it will take to maintain his presence, and how lucky we are that we can do it. As a village, and with Southampton's township stewardship. For how often have we looked back and we have mourned what we did not save? And how generous and long-sighted it is to give not only ourselves, but the next generation of writers a place to make their best possible work and to publicly share this extraordinary spot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. All right, Nancy, you are next, followed by Ed Loreno.
No, that's for the next one.
Oh, I'm
Hi,
sorry.
sorry.
Not Ed. That's for the next one, so
Thank you,
you're the
Board,
last
for
card I have on this.
hearing us again. I'm Nancy French Achenbach, and I represent the Historical Society. All of us in this room, are stewards of this incredible land that we are lucky enough to live here. The Historical Society are stewards of the history of Sag Harbor, which is in Southampton Township. I believe it is our conscious duty, which I'm repeating myself from before, excuse me, but our conscious duty to save this incredible place. Sag Harbor is developing fast. Some of us are scared, we're looking, we're trying to make the right decisions. If this decision is negative, it's really going to be a bad choice. we have, I believe also that it's turning into a cultural center, unlike a whaling town. And for every reason that we should have the Steinbeck property preserved and used. And the Historical Society will benefit from the authors. We would plan to have them either speak or instruct small groups of people. So consider it very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
So, Catherine, back to you. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, first of all, happy Valentine's Day. I see Cynthia's wearing red, and thank you all. My deep, heartfelt thanks, and also for the I'm sorry, Janice, Jackie, excuse me, for the negotiated plan. I think the negotiated plan is really an excellent blend of the varied interest from the community, the neighbors, and the writers in residence. And Jay, I share your comment about it being an ideal arrangement to have the University of Texas involved here. I'd like to offer that what we're looking to do here is similar to the Tour House in California, in Carmel, California, and that's the home of the poet Robinson Jeffers, who was a place-based poet. And by that, we mean he wrote about the place that he lived in during the productive years of his life. That particular location is in a very wealthy neighborhood. The homes are $5+ million, not unlike here in, well, that's even more than they are here in Sag Harbor, or I don't know, I'm not in the real estate industry, but anyway. But what they offer is Saturday tours, not like we're doing, and they have a number of, like 8 people per tour and a number of tours per day. So it's a very similar model that we should be proud that we are, that there are other models out there that we're following in the footsteps of. And of course, the Southampton African American Museum also has by appointment only visitations that the town has used the community preservation funds for. I mentioned place-based because it really resonates with Steinbeck. He wrote about place, and really more than any other home than Steinbeck lived in, more than his California homes, his Sag Harbor home is one that has made it into the pantheon of great literature. I mean, we all have read, or hopefully most of us have read, that harrowing and almost slapstick intro to Charles with Charlie, where he almost drowned during Hurricane Donna. He's written many essays about the property, about the gazebo. He's written an essay about how he actually had the gazebo built, and his war with the Ospreys, with Luke Babcock mentioned last time. And he wrote many letters about his love of Sag Harbor and the love of this place. And let us not forget that Charlie is buried under the willow tree on the edge of the property. So when people will now be able to stand on the property, when you make the right choice and vote today, yes,
30 seconds.
they will be able to stop at his grave and gaze through the windows of joyous guard. This is a legacy moment for everyone on the town board, for all of us in the community, and what we do today, as Meg said, will reverberate through the generations to come. What we preserve reflects what we value. What we preserve serves as a building block for how we evolve as a community. Preserving this historic site will help bend the arc, which has already been mentioned by others, of this village's growth toward the value of community and creativity.
30 minutes.
It is at the intersection of these values that Steinbeck lived his life. As an early practitioner of intersectionality, he was a prophetic voice, weaving together community, ecology, social and racial justice, moral virtues, and really small d democracy.
Catherine, could you just wrap up because you're at 3 minutes now?
I urge you
Here we go.
to vote today to preserve the values that Steinbeck holds us all accountable to. Preserve his home for the ages, and be certain that you will be remembered favorably for it. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this is a hybrid meeting. So I'd like to go next to those who may be waiting online, and then I'll come back if there's somebody who wanted to say something who hadn't spoken or filled out a card. So Charles Certain is administering the recording of this meeting as well as the Zoom participation. So Charles, are there anyone?
Yes, we have a few.
Okay. All right, we're seeing an individual, so if you could identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Santino D'Angelo, and I manage the Terrence McNally Foundation.
Okay, you may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I just would like to speak on behalf of the Terrence McNally Foundation for a moment. Terrence and John Steinbeck were friends during the course of their lives, and Terrence also has a lot of deep connections with Sag Harbor and the East End. So I am here just as a representative of Terrence's to say and showcase one of the many community partnerships that could potentially exist with the future Steinbeck home, and that Steinbeck's legacy spills out into the legacy of other writers that call Sag Harbor and East End home. And I'm really excited about this project and very grateful for this board to be considering it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
It's Maggie.
Maggie, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite clearly.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maggie Bloomfield. I'm a writer and a therapist from West Hampton Beach. And despite the fact that I live on the other side of the canal, I think of Sag Harbor as the cultural mecca of the East End. And, you know, my understanding is that during the time of Steinbeck, there were meetings at the old Baron's Cove that rivaled the Round Table at the Algonquin, plus all the beautiful, beautiful cultural things in every artistic model that have come from that period of time. It seems to me that the Steinbeck property and the public access plant has to happen. I mean, we have to preserve this legacy because that's what Sag Harbor has always stood for. I have the privilege of going to the Walt Whitman birthplace a lot. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. It's a model. It's a little different. I think what you're proposing here is absolutely on target. I would add an occasional workshop to the menu, but I want to advocate for us to keep this wonderful memorial to John Steinbeck. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Maggie.
Thank you.
You're on, John.
Hey, John, how are you?
Thank you. Members of the town board, thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. But my name is John Avalon, and I live in the immediate neighborhood. I'm a writer. I've written 3 books there, inspired by the writer's vibe of Sag Harbor. And John Steinbeck's house has been a destination that I've taken my kids walking down there from their earliest days. It really is a sacred place, and we've got a sacred trust. And I want to pick up thanking you all for the leadership you've shown on that Valentine's Day theme, because I think all of us here who've been working on this for so long, this has been a labor of love, I think, as you said, Jay. For all of us, we've worked at this because we care about it. It's about love for the past of our community, its unique literary heritage, love for this place that could not be replaced if we lost it, if it were torn down, and also love for the future. You know, we want to be good ancestors, and the actions we take today, the actions you can take today, will ensure that. You know, that future generations look back with gratitude, and that we carry forward that love and literary heritage. As new generations of writers come through, as students come study, as people are able to explore the property and gain inspiration from it in a way that they've never really been able to in the past. We're securing that. And like any love, I think we're responding to a potentially once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And there have been a lot of constructive compromises along the way that I think have made it better. And we've gotten to a place that is really a win-win for the community, for the neighborhood, and for the literary character that is what Sag Harbor, I think, is justly famed for and will be even more so going forward, the entire East End, in fact. So thank you very much for the work and leadership you've shown. Thank you to everyone who's worked on this for so long to make it better, to achieve that wise balance. And I hope today that we can finally take that decisive step to ensure that this gift, this act of love for the past, for the future, is enshrined. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, John.
Thank you.
Charles, is there anyone else online?
Yes, sir.
Can't hear you yet.
Name, please?
They David.
You're
You gotta unmute.
What, can anybody read the name?
Vay David.
Vay?
Vay, V-A-Y.
There we go.
Have I not been?
There you are.
Now we can hear you.
I'm
So
not doing this very well.
we've missed everything you said so far, Vay. So you're gonna have to start.
Okay, let me start
Start from the
again.
beginning.
I understand everybody's point who's spoken today. I think that the plan that has been worked out for public access to this incredible resource that I cannot imagine seeing anyone pass up the opportunity to obtain. I can't imagine it. However, I can imagine a community wishing greater access than perhaps this one plan presents. However, one plan is not set in granite. This can be an ongoing experience in learning how to best manage this small but incredibly valuable resource. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name?
Vay.
Vay David.
Okay, thank you.
Vay David.
That seems to be.
Thank you.
That's it for online? All right, so I'm gonna come back to our live audience. Those who are here, present audience. Is there anyone who didn't fill out a card who wanted to be heard at this public hearing? Okay. And I think the board, we have everything we need to make a decision, correct?
I think so, yeah.
So there's nothing that we're waiting on. Jackie, we're good? So I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry.
Jackie, can I ask you one question? So we talk about access, I just want to make sure that it's free access and it's in perpetuity, so it doesn't matter if you have money or don't have money, everybody has access to this property.
Yeah, it was just we just required that it would be a accessible online registration form that wouldn't be preventative, yeah.
Right.
Right, but they're not charging
They're
a
not
fee to
charging.
come.
Okay.
Correct, Susan?
Correct.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just clarifying too, although it's by reservation only, the boat, should there be a boat trip, you don't have to make a reservation in advance to get onto that boat. That'll be whoever is the operator, the village. If it's limited to 10 people, but it could be first come, first served.
Yeah, so
Right.
if there were slots available that weren't made with
Right.
reservations, then you could essentially have a walk-on visit.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the intent.
Okay, and there was one other comment too about the open houses could be hundreds of people on the property, but what the access agreement says is, it's 10 people by reservation per hour, I believe, right? 10 by boat, 10 by land.
Correct. And those days are from 10 to 4, so that does allow for, it's on, yeah.
Right. 10 if by land?
10 if by sea.
10 if by land, 10 if by sea.
And 10 if,
In our written agreement, she said,
Yeah.
That's 20 an hour for 5 hours.
Oh, well, 20 total, including the boat.
Yeah, 20 total.
Over 6 hours.
Over 6 hours,
Right.
yeah.
So it could be
That's
120 people who
120.
come over
and
the
go.
6-hour span, but there shouldn't be
No more than 20.
very many cars
1
there.
hour.
And the parking is sort of limited to, I think, 5 public vehicles. So.
Correct. Which is why I think Susan provided that they're looking into shuttle
Right.
services.
And again, this, and I appreciate the comments, concern about overuse and concern about underuse. That was our balancing act. That's what we struggled with. And, it was actually Councilman Martell's idea to, have these writers' seminars, workshops for local students, because we really wanted to serve the local community as well, not just, because we understand John Steinbeck's home is something that may attract visitors from, distant locations, but we also wanted to make sure that our community was being inspired by this great writer in our midst, so.
Correct.
A lot of these ideas came from the community themselves, the neighborhood area, and the village of Sag Harbor. We had countless meetings with the mayor of the village of Sag Harbor. He had his own public hearing on this earlier. I just, want to thank them for their work, as well as the neighbors. The look and feel of the neighborhood is very important to us. We had 2 public meetings of the neighbors in the neighborhood, in addition to neighbors who volunteered on a kind of a steering committee, an advisory committee. We had a number of meetings with them. And then, of course, the Southampton Town Board, we had many meetings, mostly in executive session, about the meetings that we had and, hammering out this kind of access that would be true to preserving the home and letting the public see the home as well. So,
And, one other comment too, it's not, there's not a competition, this property or another property. There was a comment made earlier that our focus should be somewhere else. In our CPF program, we're fortunate to be able to consider a lot of different properties. We're looking at a lot of different things just in the Sag Harbor area. So, our involvement here isn't precluding other potential acquisitions. And, we're fortunate to have ample funds to be able to participate in a historic endeavor like this. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
so just an addendum to that, the mayor of the village of Sag Harbor, the boat idea was his idea. That's
Yes.
something that came out of
Yes.
the meetings with him. So now we have it.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'd like to second that motion.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
That was unanimous. Okay. So I'm just going to ask those who are leaving, who was only here for that, just if you could do so quietly. We have a lot of other business. We'd like to be able to move along here.
The resolution is on our agenda today.
So if you want to stay,
You
and wait
could stay
the
for
vote,
that,
it may
but
be
we do have
another
other public
hour
hearings.
before we get there.
Vote on it now.
It's up to you, or you could watch it from home,
Sure.
or go and take a
Take it in
stroll
order?
and get lunch
So you
in the
wanna take it
village
out?
and come
Okay,
back.
you want to take
Thank
that
you
over?
all very much for
I
your
still have to get
time.
through the hearings.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right, that's true.
Thank you. That's okay.
It'd be nice to have the vote right now. Everybody's sitting there.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you read the second public hearing notice?
Yes. Public hearing number 2, to consider a local law to amend Town Ordinance 312, parking prohibited in designated locations on a portion of County Road 80, East Montauk Highway, Hampton Bays, in order to provide National Grid unencumbered access to the manhole covers in order to maintain and operate the gas main pressure regulator system.
Okay, thank you, Sunday. Sean Cambridge, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce this. And this, again, is a continuation of another public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and good afternoon, members of the board. That title really says it all, what the goal is here. We need to provide unfettered access to National Grid. Since we last spoke, our Chief Fire Marshal, Police Chief, and Emergency Management Administrator, that one's a mouthful there, all agree with this plan and agree that this access is required for National Grid. They each stressed that in the event we're turning this off, this is a major response to be turning off the main valves here. So they each stressed the importance. All parties agree. We have request from National Grid and Suffolk County going back as far as February of 2021 requesting this access. Thank you.
I know that we had adjourned this to today to give some folks time to look at it, to look at the loss of parking spaces, alternatives. I know Councilman Martell, that's something that you were looking at. I don't know if others also went out there to take a look at. But I don't think that you were able to come up with any additional parking to replace the spaces that are being lost.
No, unfortunately, it looks like they do need access, and access is still difficult even with the parking places taken away. I happened to come upon it when they did have 4 big trucks there, and it took up all of the 190 feet. I will ask the board, in reply to some of the comments made, that we do have a CPF parcel right there. A lot of kids sleigh ride in the winter and so on that parcel, that maybe we can incorporate a few parking places to make up for these 8 or 10 spots that were taken away.
Okay, it seems like a good suggestion.
Yeah.
I think I had said
Sleigh
something
ride?
like that
Something
last
like
time.
that, yeah.
All right, okay,
That's all I have.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go to the public. Ed Mariano is here. Spoke last time, but you're welcome to speak again.
Hello Supervisor, hello Board. Hope everyone's having a great Valentine's Day. Just basically came today to follow up on the parking issue, and if there could be, and as I had mentioned initially, it's very limited parking there, and there are several businesses that it affects, some of which use that parking for their employees for the whole day, some of which, there's a deli there, so that parking is transient. So I just came today to follow up to see what has, what we've come up with, so to speak.
So again, it does sound like there's just no way to manage having parking over those manhole covers and still allow that access. But we could explore, though, we can't on a CPF property create a staffed parking lot. But without parking on the street, no way for really the public to use our CPF property. So it's possible that we could create a little parking for our CPF property, and maybe, if nobody, there might be some spaces available for short-term parking. That's a kind of a challenging one. I don't know if there's any other approaches here, but we could look at that.
No, I agree that there's a need for that parking to be taken away because of the gas valves that are, I guess, subterranean. So I understand that, but on the other hand, it's affecting us, and we look to you to remedy that.
I understand that. We may not be able to solve every problem. I'm just thinking of an instance where a business this is out in Montauk, a restaurant, and the town there took away all the parking on the county road.
Yeah.
All of
Mercy
it.
Tavern.
And they managed to survive. I mean, they're thriving, but I'm not quite sure how they did, but it was a tremendous inconvenience. This is unfortunately, it's not our road, it's a county road, and it doesn't sound like we can provide parking there. I'll commit to continuing to look at ideas if people can bring them forward. I thought there might be a little triangular property on the south side of the road that maybe could be used for some parking. You're looking, in your business, you have employees who come and park and then get into other vehicles.
That's correct.
Right, and then they go out into the field. And maybe there's a remote place that they could park or something, I don't know, then you have to shuttle them.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk to you about it.
No, I appreciate it.
See what we can come up with. There's not ample parking on your property?
No, it's tight, all the businesses are tight there. And again, it will affect not only mine, but businesses down that corridor.
But there is parking across the street a little further away.
Correct.
So it's
It's always full.
Right, but it's just a further walk.
No, it's always full.
The whole length of
The whole length that's parkable is always full of parking. There's
What
never
about
spots open.
extending the area that, across the street, so that there'd be more spaces just a little further walk away?
Yeah, on the south side of the road, I believe it's pretty much impossible
Yeah.
except for in front of the deli. On the north side of the road, that's the side that town owns that, the CPF owns that property there, so, I mean, it's doable if parking could be created in there. I mean, because people do sled and they use it for other activities, that property, but it's a concern for us, you know?
Right.
I'm here for that concern.
We just have to look at it, so if that lot that we potentially would create for public use of our park is filled with all of your employees, and then there's no space then for use of the public park, so we just have to sort that out. But further down, east or west along Montauk Highway, there's no additional parking, could there be?
East, absolutely not, because you have the train bridge there, and then there's just no parking
What
on that
about
side.
to the west?
West, it extends up to, I mean, there's
Yeah,
a
we're
little
not far
bit of
from
parking
Carvel.
towards the church. There's a little bit of parking, but it's, you know.
They run into an issue too, because there's a funeral home right there. If there's a big funeral, it takes up the whole roadway. You know, you do have a couple restaurants, you do have a deli that's very popular there, you have a beverage. So what they take would be the stagnant parking during the day. It kind of turns over, but I know in the summer, his guys come back pretty late. So when they're starting to have dinner service or something like that, the spots are already taken. It'll essentially push you down the road a little bit.
Well, it'll also push us into residential streets.
And where?
There. And that, I'm sure you guys will be hearing from them then.
Oh, is there a side street on the north side?
Right by Capital One.
And is there parking along that street?
There probably is legal parking, but that's what I was talking about, that's the end of the CPF property, if there were just a few spots. Because that would be, say, for the bank, for the funeral home, for even Carvel, the deli, maybe a laundromat down the road, which is proposed. You know, these are all things that are gonna make it even worse. So that's why the 8 to 10 spots were important.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, I think we're all willing to continue to look at that, but unfortunately, we have to move forward with prohibiting parking in that area.
No, I understand that.
I wish we had a solution
Right.
for your problem.
No, I understand that, but also, I mean, we can't look back now, but had this been looked at a little closer, this wouldn't even be on the agenda. But that's then. So we're here now, and it's something that I'd appreciate, again, just like the first time, if your consideration in this, because it will affect the side streets. And that's just not, I'm not only speaking for my business, because there's a lot of service businesses in that corridor that bring in a lot of other employees, and so it's something that will affect. And we try to be good neighbors, we always have for 34 years. We always have tried to be as good a neighbor as we could be, and we want to continue that legacy.
And we try to support our local businesses too.
I know
And
that.
I don't know what that earlier juncture would have been for us. It's not our road, it wasn't our project, whether we were notified for input along it. I don't know, maybe the town engineer could comment on that, but, this didn't come to our attention until we were told we have to take away parking over these, manhole covers.
No, and again, as I said, I understand that. I mean,
Yep.
who wouldn't? But on the other hand, it does hurt the businesses. And I know that you guys have been great, and I just want to make certain that it's somewhere in your agenda that this parking is, obviously, as we move towards May, it's going to be more of a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Have you been noticed about other work that's going to happen there? The Gravel Hill Road, the overpass for the train
Mhm.
track, that is scheduled for a major repair and coming. And I hate to be the person to tell you this, but one, there could be an opportunity for parking spaces in that construction. But two, also to make you aware that, that change or that work is coming.
Right, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
It's-
that's obviously necessary to
It's
that
one of the
bridge.
oldest train
Yeah,
bridges on
yeah,
Long Island.
I'd
It's-
agree with that.
It's
Yeah.
beyond due, and, right.
And we are,
Okay.
I know our engineers working with the county on that and making sure that there's an adequate plan in place to allow traffic to flow
Right.
during the construction period. That's not gonna be easy either, so.
Right, no, I understand that.
All right, thank you, Ed.
All right, thank you.
And thank you for your
everybody.
patience,
Yes,
and
of course.
you probably know more about John Steinbeck now than you
Yeah,
ever
I know.
wanted
Big
to.
fan.
What makes you think you didn't know about
All right,
that?
thank you.
I just said, Tom, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, I was gonna bring Tom up too.
So it's all parallel parking there? Is there any, could we do nose-in parking?
I would hesitate to do nose-in parking just due to the width. It's something we could look at.
I'll just say it out
but-
loud, that's all.
Yeah. Might want to bring planning into this as well. It is outside the downtown area, but there could be an opportunity to look at some of these sites and the parking that they utilize on their sites, maybe to optimize it. So.
I remember years and years ago, there was actually a plan for that corridor that had almost like a sidewalk or a curbing that you could pull into and then park on both sides of the road. I'll dig that out somewhere.
A slip street.
Right,
Kind of like
right.
kind of like Western Suffolk, where they have those
yeah.
streets next to streets.
Right.
Okay.
Like Kronos has something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about that.
No, I'm not either, but it solved the issue.
Yeah, I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Debatable.
But created others, so. I'm still with you. If we can find a way to do this, I think we all agree we'll try to do, try to find a solution. I think there's some things that still need to be found out, but it just can't guarantee it and can't put safety ahead of that, as you understand.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for Tom? All right, thanks. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard at this and only this public hearing? Public hearing number 2. This is the parking prohibited along a section of Montauk Highway in Hampton Bays. Charles, anyone online who wishes to be heard?
No, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, so that hearing is closed, and we move on to public hearing number 3. Madam Clerk, would you read the notice?
Public hearing number 3, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 178, East Quogue Public Drinking Water Infrastructure Improvement Program, to add a sunset provision.
All right, Deputy Town Attorney Kathleen Murray will introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good afternoon, members of the Town Board. On July 9th, 2019, by local law number 20 of 2019, the Town Board established the East Quogue Public Drinking Water Infrastructure Improvement Program. The purpose of said program was to allow affected properties to have the cost of their hookup and connection to public water provided by the Suffolk County Water Authority paid for by the town's Community Preservation Fund as a water quality improvement project. As a reminder, that expenditure was authorized pursuant to Chapter 490 of the laws of 2018. Since that time, approximately 86 of the 107 eligible residences and businesses have been hooked up and connected to public water provided by the Suffolk County Water Authority pursuant to this program. That said, with only 5 applications submitted in the 2022 calendar year and none since August of 2022, it appears that the program has served its purpose for those who want to utilize it. Thus, the purpose of this local law is to set a sunset provision, that is, a date certain upon which applications to receive rebate monies pursuant to this program will no longer be received or processed. In this way, the town can utilize those monies set aside for the program in furtherance of other water quality projects. If the board is so inclined, there is a resolution of adoption for your consideration on the agenda later today. Does the board have any questions?
My only question, I think this was an excellent program. There were people in that area who were concerned about possible emerging contaminants in drinking water, including Councilman McNamara. And we were able to use the CPF funds to do what normally the town doesn't do, which is get into the provision of drinking water supply. Well, in Hampton Bays we do it, but that's the only area that we do it.
Well, we have a district.
So my only question really is, should we support ending this program or sunsetting it? And somebody down the road, on an individual basis, says, oh, I've got PFAS in my drinking water, well, what do I do? And they still can petition us on an individual basis for a water quality grant that would allow that connection.
Correct, pursuant to your, they would have to go through the advisory committee program on an individual basis, yes. There just wouldn't be a specific amount of monies. Here you set aside $4 million for the program itself.
Right.
But yes, I
And
believe.
we could potentially expedite that process and say, look, okay, we get it, you don't have enough funds to do this connection, our program's ended, we are concerned about it, and we could evaluate that grant request.
Yes, on an individual basis,
On an
yes.
individual basis,
Correct. Because as you remember, the remediation of the water, where there is PFAS or PFOA, has been deemed to be a contaminant pursuant to the public health law, and, you know, Assemblyman Thiel was able in 2018 to pass that legislation, which authorizes you to use this as a water quality improvement program.
You're right. And, you know, we had made our decision initially when it was, I think, 70 parts per trillion or something like
Yes.
that. And then the state moved it to 10 parts per trillion as a recommendation. But now there's talk about an even lower threshold. So when we did that big analysis of the area, there were some that the drinking water, the levels would have been considered safe, but maybe not anymore. So I just want, that's why I kind of wanted to bring up this issue. There
That's a
is the
good point.
possibility
Yes.
on an individualized basis to look at a property and make a decision.
Yes, I believe so.
Any other questions for Kathleen?
No, I just wanted to, like, just on this real quick. I was actually the one that fought for the whole area to be included, not based on what was detected and what wasn't detected, because then it fell on the homeowners in the potential contamination area to continuously test their wells to see if, did it show up next week or next month, and there was really no way to know how. And I just want to thank Deputy Supervisor Zappone for his work on this and getting it expanded. And I just wanted to say, out of the homes that have not connected, it's not like we don't know who they are. We know who they are. They've been reached out to several times. We've put it out to the community numerous times. So they know that this is, they know that this is going to sunset, and they've been contacted, so.
And I just point out too that I'll also thank the Summit County Water Authority because they worked with us quite well on this. And on the basis of not having mains to access, I think is a critical point to make here. And if and when, to your point, Supervisor, if and when an emergent contaminant comes out in this particular area, I think it's going to be handled on a case-by-case basis. I think we've all agreed to that. But what happens in the future, we can only speculate, so we're not going to say what we can do. We're going to just deal with this right now and then keep working out as time goes forward. But the County Water Authority, was very responsive, and I know we're working with them in the western part of the town as well, and in similar circumstances where people never availed themselves of the connection to the Suffolk County Water Authority when it was first placed in, some 30, I don't know how many years ago. So, and those opportunities will be continued to be made available if and when there's an emergent chemical.
So if we're in the business of thanking lots of people, I want to add to the list Assemblyman Thiel, who created the legislation that enabled the use of the CPF funds for this particular use, and the voters that approved the CPF program and the water quality component. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in a position to help. And typically, again, this is, you'd go to the state, you'd go to the county. You wouldn't go to the town in a situation where your drinking water supply was compromised. And, the town, and I personally do not believe the town has any involvement in terms of the source of the contamination. I've said that throughout. I think it's from another site that is not a town-owned property. And, yet we did step up, and we stepped up because it's the right thing to do and because we could. And, Fred was a big piece as to why we could.
Yes.
So I want to thank Assemblyman Thiel for that.
No, agreed.
All right.
And Kathleen for all her work on this.
Yeah, thank you, CPF department.
Yeah, and from an
Water Quality
accounting
Committee.
perspective of the $4 million that was set aside initially, we did receive some grant monies, so after all the costs, approximately $1.28 million is going back into, if you adopt this, will go back into your water quality fund.
Right. That's right, we did get a significant grant. Again, Deputy Supervisor Zappone
Yes.
was instrumental on that.
Absolutely.
Okay, but we haven't voted yet, so we go to the public next. Sounds like we know how we're voting here. So, is there anyone who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 3? I know most of you are here for public hearing 7, so, no one on 3. Charles, anyone, public hearing number 3? Sunsetting the grant program?
No, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to close.
Second.
Seconded, doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter.
Who wants it? Councilwoman McNamara, seconding, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, public hearing is closed. All right, we will move on to public hearing number 4.
Public hearing number 4, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 298, Taxation, to amend Article 8, exemption for first-time homebuyers, to continue the exemption for newly constructed homes.
Thank you. I know this is Councilman Scavoni's initiative. I'd like Kathleen Murray, our deputy, one of our 2 deputy town attorneys, to introduce us.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. On August 8th, 2022, the governor signed into law Chapter 485 of the laws of 2022, authorizing an amendment to New York State Real Property Tax Law, Section 457, Sub 5, and extending the date allowable for exemptions for first-time homebuyers of newly constructed homes from December 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2028. In doing so, the state legislature sought to extend to municipalities the option to grant an exemption to first-time homebuyers as it relates to newly constructed homes. Currently, Chapter 298 of your town code reflects this previously authorized date of December 31st, 2022 for the exemption. So the purpose of this law is to continue the exemption to December 31st, 2028 and authorize the continuation of the program. If the board is so inclined, there is a resolution of adoption on the agenda later today for your consideration. Does the board have any questions?
Any questions? Tommy John, did you want to say anything?
No, it's just an exemption for an extension of the exemption for first-time homeowners. So we're doing what the state is allowing us to do.
Okay, so we'll go to the public. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard at the 4th public hearing? I have no cards indicating so. Seeing no one, I'll go to you, Charles. Anyone online who wishes to be heard on extending the first-time homebuyer exemption for the CPF program?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavoni. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that hearing is closed. We move on to public hearing number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice?
Public hearing number 5, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 298, Taxation, to amend Article 5, exemption for senior citizens, to increase the income eligibility for property tax relief.
All right, and once again, Kathleen Murray, Deputy Town Attorney, will introduce us.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Also on August 8th, 2022, the governor signed into law Chapter 488 of the laws of 2022, authorizing an amendment to New York State Real Property Tax Law, Section 467, Sub 3A, to provide certain income-eligible senior citizens relief from the burden of increasing real property taxes. In an effort to lessen the burden of property taxes, the amendment provides senior citizens with relief by allowing local governments the option of raising the maximum income eligibility limit for its senior citizen real property tax exemption program from $29,000 to $50,000. The maximum income eligibility for this exemption has not been raised since 2009. So the purpose of this local law is to exercise this local government option and extend this relief to the seniors within the town. In conjunction with the raising of that eligibility limit, the correlating sliding scale of the percentage of assessed valuation that is exempt from taxation is also adjusted to allow a 50% exemption for an annual income of up to $50,000, and then thereafter a decreasing percentage of the exemption from 45% down to 5% for an annual income of up to $58,400. And that adjusted scale is reflected in the proposed local law. If the board is so inclined, there is a resolution of adoption on the agenda later today for your consideration. Does the board have any questions?
Any questions? Again,
No.
I think this was Councilman Scavoni, your
Yeah, we looked
initiative.
into this, and the effect on the tax base was negligible as far as receipts for the town. So, the board decided to go ahead and give this for senior citizens. Keep in mind that school districts and other districts would have to pass this local law themselves in order for it to go into effect for those tax bases.
And I think the income levels currently were set in, what, 2009?
2009.
2009, so
about
there's been quite
15
a bit
years.
of inflation,
Yeah.
cost of living adjustments, so this really brings things more up to date.
Right. The only calls I've received on this was that 50,000 was too low, that they wanted it to go higher. And I guess that's, you
No,
could
we can't,
expect
because
that.
that was set by the state.
Right.
Yeah, that's the max.
There's 900, and I believe last time I asked, 960 seniors currently in the entire town that receive this.
Well, there may be, with the new thresholds,
More.
more who can take advantage of it. You know, the income threshold is probably a state threshold, and of
Mhm.
course,
Yeah.
the cost of living in our area exceeds most other areas, so.
That's true,
I'm
too.
sure our seniors could use the relief, particularly if you're living on a fixed income, limited income. Okay, thank you, Kathleen. We'll go to the public. Anybody looking to be heard at this public hearing? This is the fifth public hearing. Seeing none. Charles, anyone for public hearing number 5?
No, sir.
I'm going to make a motion to close.
Second?
Second by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we move on to public hearing number 6. So, Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 6, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 298, Taxation, to amend Article 11, partial exemption for disabled persons with limited incomes, to increase the income eligibility for property tax relief.
Thank you, Cindy. And Kathleen, would you introduce us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Very much like the last local law, again pursuant to Chapter 488 of the laws of 2022, the governor authorized an amendment to New York State Real Property Tax Law, Section 459, sub C5A, to provide certain income-eligible persons with disabilities relief from the burden of increasing real property taxes. In an effort to lessen that burden, this local law would allow, the state legislation rather, allows local governments the option of raising the maximum income eligibility for persons with disabilities from $27,000 to $50,000. And that maximum income eligibility has not been raised since 2006. So the purpose of this local law is to exercise the local government option and extend this relief to persons with disabilities within the town. Again, in conjunction with the raising of that eligibility limit, the correlating sliding scale of the percentage of assessed valuation that is exempt from taxation has also been adjusted to allow 50% exemption for an annual income of up to $50,000, and then thereafter a decreasing percentage of the exemption from 45% down to 5% for an annual income of up to $58,400. And that adjusted scale is reflected in the proposed local law before you. If the board is so inclined, there's a resolution of adoption on the agenda later today for your consideration. Does the board have any questions?
Kathleen, if you fall into both categories, you're a disabled senior, do you get an even further reduction, or you have to pick one?
I can't answer that, Mr. Supervisor. I can find out for you, but my instinct is that you would pick the one that's more beneficial.
It sounds like they're the same, right? So they're both at
Same income.
Same income, well, one is 27, I thought one was, they're both 50, you're correct, yes, it's the same.
And the relief is the same.
And the sliding scale is the same. It's a maximum of 58,400, so.
Okay. Yeah, it's a significant reduction in your property taxes, at least your town property taxes,
Yes.
if you are at or below that threshold. And this one is, in terms of the definition of disabled, is there a definition?
It's a state definition, and,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think that's listed
Okay.
here.
I don't have that in
And
front of me.
Councilman Schiavone has
Yeah.
worked on this one as well.
Right.
This was your initiative. Did you want to say anything about it?
No, just, well, the same aspects apply, that this is for the town taxes, which is a smaller percentage of residential taxes. Individual districts would have to pass this themselves as well. School districts need.
Okay. Any other questions for Kathleen? Then we'll go to the public. This is public hearing number 6. Anyone wishing to be heard, public hearing number 6, raising the income threshold for tax reduction based on disability. All right, no one here, so we'll go online. Is there anyone wishing to be heard online? Charles?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll make a motion to close.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we move on to public hearing number 7. I think this is why most of you are here. Madam Clerk, would you read the 7th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 7, to consider amending the town code to include special exemption standards for living quarters for golf course employees.
Okay, and Katie Garland, Town Attorney, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce us.
Yes. Good afternoon. Members of the Town Board, my name is Katie Garvin. I'm an Assistant Town Attorney in the Town Attorney's Office. What is before you today is the result of 2 work sessions that we've had to draft a code amendment to define and permit living quarters for golf course employees and codify standards for the Planning Board when they review such applications. As you may recall, this issue came to you because the Planning Board was reviewing an application for staff housing at the Atlantic Golf Course. During the course of this review, planning staff inquired from the building department as to whether or not the staff housing was permitted, and the chief building inspector determined that it was a customary accessory use to the permitted golf course. From there, neighbors of the golf course appealed the interpretation to the ZBA, who determined that the town code definition of accessory use, building, or structure prohibits accessory buildings from having cooking and or sleeping, and therefore found that the staff housing was not permitted absent a use variance or a code change. Since this type of housing does exist within the town, whether it existed prior to zoning was enacted or approved via special exception use, it is and has typically been reviewed by the planning board as part of the site plan application. And that's why we've decided to start looking at some standards. Before I take you through the draft, I'd also like to remind the board that while we started this code amendment by trying to make a modification to the definition of accessory building, use, or structure, we ultimately decided to give the housing its own definition, which is what we're calling it today, living quarters for golf course employees, and codify special exception standards for the planning board to follow. And then we'll just kind of go through them. I do want to say that I did blow this up for some of you because I know it's very small. We went over this chart anyways, but we did add the little,
Yeah.
Yes.
it's just a larger version.
Thank you.
And so the public knows, it's about 4 font.
Sunday wouldn't let me attach it.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'd also want to let you know that we did hear from the Suffolk County Planning Commission. This is a matter for local determination. And I'm sure you've also seen we did get some comments back from the Planning Board, so those should be in the record as well. All right, so going through the code amendment, the first thing we did was we defined living quarters for golf course employees. And again, the purpose of that was basically to take the staff housing out of an interpretation as to whether or not it's accessory, whether it's an accessory use or accessory building, and make it its own specific definition. Second thing we did in section A.
Can you back up a little bit?
Oh, back up.
Oh, from the mic. Probably getting
Come on,
feedback.
back up.
Physically, yeah.
Not rewind, but
Section,
Back up, Katie.
sorry. Section A basically just says that if you're going to have this housing for your golf course employees, that it has to be located on the same property as the golf course itself. And we actually also are limiting to this being a possibility for only those courses that have 18 holes, because they're larger and they probably have more staff. Section B talks about the proposed setbacks. Where we landed based on our work sessions was to have 150-foot setback from the side and rear. And for the front yard setbacks, what we decided was to have it be no less than what is required in that zoning district. Because we kind of were looking at these like dwellings, and we should treat them similar to dwellings. And then because we know that the planning board has been looking at these historically, you did authorize the planning board to have a little discretion here. And it says the planning board may approve reduced setbacks where the adjacent properties are not residentially zoned or are protected open space or golf course uses. Because what we heard at some of the work sessions was the golf courses own property across from each other. So we don't necessarily need to be having such stringent setbacks if the golf course is across the street. So that was B. C here, we basically limited the employees who could live on the property to 50, and that includes any prior approvals that these golf courses have, either because they pre-existed zoning.
Katie, you might want to just push the mic a little further from you. I think that will solve the popping problem. I think it just
Can't
sprung
push
right
it.
back
No,
at
just
you.
pull it,
so-
push it up.
Push the mic
Push it.
down.
There you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Try
Sorry.
that.
We limited the amount of golf course employees who could live on the property to 50. That also includes people who have the housing that's already been there, either because it pre-existed zoning or because they had approvals subsequent to having them. Some of them are special exceptions, some of them are pre-existing non-conforming, but the total the board agreed on was 50. Let's see. That was C. D was a new section that we had added because the town board was interested in trying to allow the golf courses to repurpose some of the buildings that are already on the property. So D basically talks about how you can have it in a detached building, or you can add it to an existing building, so long as the height of the building does not exceed 32 feet. That's the height of residential structures in the town of Southampton. Again, had this been looked at as an accessory building, those are limited to 20 feet. But because we are allowing these to have their own standalone definition, this section allows it to be 32 feet. And I don't know if anybody had a chance to look at the planning board report yet, but one of their recommendations was actually to allow the height to go up to, I believe, 40 feet at their discretion. I don't know that that's something that you want to consider, but that was one of the recommendations from the planning board. So that was D. Then E, section E, talks about the permitted size of any new buildings. This was something that has kind of changed over the course of our work sessions, but the last discussion we had was any new building cannot exceed 7,000 square feet. That's wall to wall, and that includes habitable space in the basement. And that was what we had kind of landed on at the last work session on this, but then you also had discussed how you didn't want to have more than 14,000 square feet of new structures on these properties. So, I mean, it's unlikely, because I think most of the golf courses already have some housing on there, but to the extent that there was a golf course that had no housing and they wanted new housing, this section says your building can't be more than 7,000 square feet, and you can't have more than 14,000 square feet dedicated to the housing. And also, I just want to add in here, Councilman Schiavone, you had asked me at one of our work sessions about, I think, the size of the bedrooms and how many people could be in each bedroom when we were talking about the massing of these structures. And the town code, our town code is consistent with the ICC, and it basically says you have to have 70 square feet per bedroom, 70 square feet for one person in a bedroom, and then for every additional person in a bedroom, you need 50 additional square feet of living space. So that, we kind of thought maybe they could squish a lot of people into these buildings, which they could based on the square footage, but our town code now limits the occupancy to more than 25 per building and no more than 50 total on the property. So that is E. And again, this also talks about, this kind of goes without saying for the planning board, but we did want to give them some discretion because this is a special exception use, so we do add in there that the massing of the buildings and the parking and the facilities should be situated so as to reduce any impacts on the adjacent property owners and the neighbors. And again, the town board would like them to consider adaptive reuse of existing structures on the properties, because they've already seen them. The neighbors have already looked at these buildings, and to the extent that they can reuse them for something else, I think that's something the town board wants the planning board to consider. Section 4 is basically just the chart that I handed out, where we kind of said in all of the residential zones and in the highway business zone, we will be allowing this type of housing where the golf courses exist. I think if you remember, we were talking about, we only had the special exception notation there where we knew there were existing golf courses because those are the only golf courses that can be permitted at this point. But I think, Mr. Supervisor, you wanted to kind of just suggest that if we ever change this, it's gonna, it's a residential use, it should be permitted in all residential zones. So we added a little asterisk there that says where a golf course is existing. That's what that notation is for. And then the last section, which I don't know that we talked about too much at length at our last work session. The last section basically, that's the applicability section, and that pretty much says if you've already gone through this process and you've already received your planning board approval, that you don't have to go back. If and when the town board adopts this and we have these new standards, those applicants, which right now there's only one, they don't have to go back through the planning board process because, to be truthful, this code is consistent with almost all of the standards that have already been approved. And that's because the planning board's been looking at these since 1992 probably. Let me just see if I have anything else I wanted to add. I did want to just look at the planning board's report. Here it is. The planning board's report. Do you guys have that in front of you? I have that as well. They only, I'll read you what they have. I'll read you what you have and then I'll hand it up. The planning board, they looked at this on January 12th. They adopted this resolution. They fully support the proposed code amendment, and they said the two recommendations that they have are to provide for solar energy and electrical vehicle charging stations. I think the planning board can do that anyways, but if you're so inclined, we can add that. They also said, in efforts to limit potential sprawl on a golf course, the town board should consider language that increases the height restriction standard from 32 feet to 40 feet, where the planning board can mitigate visual impacts. And that's kind of what I noted before. I don't think there's anything in the town that's allowed to be 40 feet at this point unless you're in a flood zone, but it's something to consider.
Okay, thank you. So you're gonna pass that?
Yep.
Thank you.
Let's see if we have questions from the board. Let me just ask, in terms of these zoning, the categories where you have special exemption types of uses, we have currently 2 existing golf courses that are in, I don't believe any of those categories. I think Golfit Bridge
Correct.
and Sabonic were PDDs or some other form of similar kind of plan development.
Correct.
So are they treated as, they would have to go through the process of amending their approval, or are they treated based on what the zoning was prior?
I think you would have to amend the town code because those are created, by virtue of the town code. I can certainly look into that, but I feel like at least one of them, maybe, I want to say Sabonic already has the housing built into the town code section for their
Golfit Bridge
PDD.
recently did some staff housing as well.
Okay, that might be built into theirs as
So
well.
I think they have just a different process by which they can do staff housing by amending the
The
development plan.
PDD, that's what I think as well. I can confirm that, but that's my understanding too, because they were created by local law.
Okay.
Katie, there are golf courses that were constructed in use well before zoning even was created.
Correct.
Does that have any bearing on this special exemption or our code moving forward, or their ability to do something like this on there?
Well, I think that the intention was to legalize all of this housing. I don't know that the building department or the planning board ever really looked at it in terms of, are these pre-existing non-conforming uses? Because most of them already had some form of housing. The golf courses and the housing were permitted up until the town code was changed in 1992 and added the PDDs. So I think I'm sure there would be people that would disagree with me, and I'd have to do some research, but I think an argument could be made that these golf courses are pre-existing non-conforming, and possibly so is the housing, dependent upon how you categorize it. So I would say,
if we had a golf course that had housing and then they took the housing out, could they somehow get that back in, either under this code?
pursuant to this, sure.
Okay,
If they wanted to
pursuant to this.
eliminate all of the non-conforming housing on the property, they could start from scratch. And maybe they'd have better setbacks based on this, or maybe not. I don't I don't know, because
Okay.
we've never really done the analysis as to, is additional housing an expansion of a non-conforming use? It's just kind of always gone through as a permitted either accessory use or an accessory structure.
Thank you.
As a special exemption, the planning board can deny if they are determined that they don't meet the special exemption standards.
Correct, and then they could go to the zoning board for variances from those standards. If they can't meet the 150-foot setback, or they want more than 50 people on the property, those would go to the ZBA for variances.
And this idea that the planning board had about raising the height by an additional, I think, 8 feet, were they thinking that's another story that they'd have? Because right now, would you be limited to 2 stories?
Yep.
So are they suggesting that we allow 3-story buildings? Because I think if they're trying to mitigate visual impacts, you're doing it, I mean, I'm not sure they're thinking, but by making these structures taller, I think they're actually creating more visual problems.
Yeah,
Janice would like
Janice pitched it to the planning board, so she can explain that, but I think you're right about the stories.
Janice in your 2.5-story building.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. I'm Janice Shearer, Town Planning and Development Administrator. I was at the planning board for this referral, and they did make the comment thinking that you have so much land area on a golf course, and you could either sprawl out with this housing, or you could condense it, and yes, potentially add a story that no one could see because it's 500 feet in the distance. It's a tree falls in the forest and doesn't make a sound type of thing. If you're not going to see the height, does it really matter? So that was their thinking. You may or may not agree with that. They thought cluster it and potentially add a story if it's designed beautifully. But if you don't like the sound of that, that's your call. You get to decide that.
Thank you, Janice.
Sure thing.
Succinctly put, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions, Katie?
But if you do like that, we should modify it to allow a story.
I personally don't like it, so.
Thank you for that clarification.
Because I want to add it now.
We don't allow 3-story buildings in a lot of areas.
And I'm sorry, the other thing.
Serene golf course.
That happens a lot.
And we do in some industrial areas, but a golf course isn't an industrial area per se. It's sometimes classified as open space. But Cindy, do you have something?
I just have more of a comment. I have a daughter who, like a lot of college kids, is seasonally employed at a local course. So there was a question that came up in our work sessions about barbecues and parties and social aspects of staff housing, which I know through my daughter is not the case on golf courses. So I see that we have a lot of individuals here to speak from, I guess, a multitude of courses. So if any of you wanted to address that topic on how your course handles staff housing and what is and is not permitted, because I did get feedback from some neighbors of courses that were concerned, and you obviously had a concern in one of our work sessions, so I think hearing firsthand how that's addressed would be helpful.
Of course.
And the other thing I just wanted to add was that since I drafted this and today, somebody else proposed another special exception use, so I will ultimately have to revise our number to 162.25. Right now I have it as 2.4, I believe.
Right.
Oh, and I will say that I love my daughter and she's a good kid, so she'll never need staff housing.
Well, she may be mad at you now for mentioning that
She might.
the public hearing.
It's part of the public
She
hearing.
might.
All right, so we'll go to the public. We have a lot of cards. For those who weren't here earlier, we provide each speaker 3 minutes to make their comments known. We will let you know when you're up to your 30-second limit. We also are having a hybrid meeting, which means that once we exhaust the speakers, we will then go to online and allow people to participate online. Wayne, I know you're waving to me, but this isn't just about Atlantic. This is a public hearing, and you are not the first card. So we're going to take them in the order. I know you wanted to present, but this is applies equally to all golf courses. So, okay, Brian Matthews will be the first speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. Brian Matthews, Kirsten Cooley, 241 Panago Road, East Hampton, New York. I'm here on behalf of a number of interested residents and clients, including Marianne Gabrielli, Jane and Linda Held, Emil Braun and Neil Ostberg, some of whom are here today, and some of whom are appearing by Zoom, I believe. You know, as they have for some time, each of our clients have real concerns about this concept, initially about Atlantic's proposed staff housing, and then just about this proposed resolution and this process in general, but including the manner in which this proposal has come about. And I know Katie gave a brief recitation, but if you just indulge me for a moment for a brief history. In 2021, our clients received word that Atlantic had made an application to the planning board for staff housing. Almost immediately after that hearing, that application was filed, and despite our repeated contentions that there was a lot more information that needed to be done before a public hearing could be held and the public could effectively be shut out of that process, that's exactly what occurred, and then that matter proceeded, and ultimately a site plan approval was granted, which is in litigation and held in abeyance at the moment. As part of that process, as Katie mentioned, our clients filed an appeal of the building inspector's determination that allowed for staff housing, that application to even proceed in the first instance. ZBA agreed with our position and found that nothing in the town code allowed for staff housing or any accessory structure to have living or sleeping quarters. That matter has now been challenged by Atlantic, and that's also tied up in litigation at the moment. So that's, long story short, that's how we got here. But what's troubling to our clients is, again, more so than the timing of this all, is the fact that this proposed resolution, whether intentionally or not, seems specifically designed, and I know we're not here, Mr. Supervisor, to address Atlantic in general, but we are to a degree, and our clients are certainly to a degree, that this proposal seems designed to allow Atlantic to build exactly what they proposed, exactly as they wanted, rather than amending the code in more of a global sense to address a workforce housing issue, to protect neighboring properties, and to promote the health, welfare, and safety of the community as the code in this board is meant to do. For instance, there's a provision in the code, there's two provisions in the code that allow for staff housing: restaurant employees and agricultural housing, as this board knows. With respect to ag housing, and there's some similarities between agricultural uses and golf course uses and the types of housing and locations that they have. Despite the fact, and I believe it was mentioned somewhere, that golf courses have much more acreage, as we all know, than your typical average working farm field, where the code requires agricultural housing to have setbacks of 150 feet from a front yard, 200 feet for side and rear yards for both the buildings and all accessory uses. This provision reduces the side yard to 150 feet, gives no expanded front yard setbacks, and makes no mention of accessory uses along with the structures. If this proposal is not intended to really target Atlantic's application and to allow it to go forward, there's really no other reason why those additional protections would not be embedded in this proposal.
30 seconds.
With respect to the applicability or the vesting concept, I understand not making Shinnecock or Symantec, whoever has CO'd, built, occupied staff housing, not making them have to come back and get this special permit. That makes no sense. It's a waste of time and resource. For Atlantic, for example, however,
3 minutes.
They have.
I'm going to, as a privilege of the chair, I'm going to afford
I'll
more
just
time
be 30 more
because
seconds.
you are representing a number of people.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. For in Atlantic's circumstance, they have an application that the zoning board determined should never have proceeded past the counter in the first instance. So I think you really need to go do a more detailed review about who would be exempt in the event that this gets adopted in any kind of form, who would be exempt and who would not. And I would submit that where Atlantic has a site plan that the ZBA said doesn't allow, what they're seeking isn't allowed by town code in the first instance, shouldn't be allowed to effectively vest in that site plan approval. They should have to go back and get a special permit if and when something is granted. And the last two concepts is, talking about amending the code here. So, there's processes to do that, as the board knows. There needs to be a planning study. There needs to be a secret analysis. I don't really see that any of that is done. So workforce housing is important. Everybody knows that. But this proposal really still has a long way to go before we think it can be credibly considered by this board. Thank you.
Ask one question.
Yes.
Said that this was substantially similar to what they had originally wanted to do, but then said that their application shouldn't be grandfathered. It sounds like if it was so similar, then it wouldn't make a difference if this were approved, and that, so there must be some distinction between what they initially requested and what this law would allow if they had to come in under this law.
No, well, yes, correct. What this allows them to do is exactly what they're proposing to do. However, we don't think the standards really are up to par. We think the standards and the setbacks, the protections, all of them should be increased to protect neighboring property owners, to protect the community as a whole. But right now, they have an approval from the planning board that the zoning board said is illegal. What they got approval for is not permitted by the code. So they should not be able to vest in that concept. They should have to go back in the event a special permit is deemed to be required. They should have to go back and apply for that special permit, and that's what we're saying.
I'll have to check it, but I think that this is more restrictive than what they had originally gotten from the planning board. But we can hear testimony
yes.
to that effect. But you do agree that, staff housing is a real problem.
Staff housing is an issue for golf courses, for law firms, for landscapers, for everybody, certainly.
No, absolutely. And agriculture, they're major employers, restaurants, it's limited to how much a restaurant can do, but golf course is one of the biggest employers out here.
They are big employers. They're also major landholders, which is why we don't think they should benefit from more reduced, less restrictive setbacks than the farmers operate under, certainly.
But I think we also have to be looking at other businesses as well that are important, whether it's the hospitals or, pediatricians or whatever it is. We're gonna have to provide pathways for essential workers. And I'm not saying that the golf course workers are essential workers, but there are lots of others who are essential to our community that we need to figure out how to.
That aren't benefiting from this, and I agree with that concept, Mr. Supervisor, wholeheartedly.
Yeah, no, I understand. All right, Brian, thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question about your comments
Yes.
with secret review. You mentioned that this needed more secret review. Could you expand upon that? You were talking about two things. You were talking about the code, and you were also talking about a specific parcel.
Yeah.
So, which
Everything any town board does, talk to the council is subject to secret review. And you have to undertake that process with respect to amending the town code here, and that's really where.
Thank you.
But there would be, and Katie probably will address this, when an application first comes in to take advantage of this code, should this code in this form or some other iteration get approved, they'll have to go through secret.
Not necessarily so. Not necessarily so. There's a distinction. I don't think you can, not that you're proposing this, but I don't think you can sort of pass the buck or kick the can down the road like that. This is a grander project of amending the town code to allow something over, who knows how many properties and acreages and everything else versus a one-off application for one building. Maybe this is a type 1, maybe that's a type 2. It's a different review, and each has to happen. Secret is process-driven.
So I know that initially we had looked at what the density on a particular piece of property under the zoning in that area. Like, let's say it's 1 acre zoning and it's a 100-acre golf course, you could have 100 houses potentially. I believe we were way under what the development might have been had it not been a golf course. But I'll let Katie, though, we wanted to address the secret issue, right? So, Katie, do you want to come on?
Yeah, sure. Yes, Brian is right, that anytime the town board takes any action, there needs to be a secret review. I gave the proposed code amendment to Claire Shea. She has said that it is an unlisted action, and she will be preparing all the secret documents that you need. We can't adopt anything until the secret review has been done. So, it will be done with this, and then, if and when this is adopted, I'm sure the planning board will do it, like you said, Mr. Supervisor, based on every application. But this itself also needs a secret review, and that is being done.
Absolutely. Before the town board takes any action.
Correct.
Whatsoever.
All right, thank you, Katie.
And we also did have the talk at our work session about how we need to expand staff housing for other industries as well. I mean,
Absolutely.
It's just something we have to
Okay, thank you, Brian. All right. So next up, I have Alexia Horton. I'm just gonna say who's on deck too, so you can queue up, that'll save some time. Linda, Mautone, I may be reading the handwriting wrong. I think Mautone.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexia Horton. I'm the clubhouse manager at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. And I just wanted to speak as someone who recently graduated from college. I started in the club management program in college, and I would not have had the opportunity to be working here full-time if it wasn't for staff housing. Everyone that we hire, I'm now the clubhouse manager, I do the hiring process. Everyone that we hire goes through a very thorough, selective process for who lives on property. Each individual comes with impeccable references and handles themselves with a high level of professionalism, respect, and honesty. We do have a lot of rules and regulations for those that are on property. Quiet hours start after 9 p.m. The location is in a very distinct, hidden area where it doesn't affect anyone else on property. As someone who lives there, no one has ever had a problem where we had any disruptions or anything that we've witnessed. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Linda, you are next, and you can tell us how to pronounce your last name.
Hi, I'm Linda Mortone. I'm the accounts administrator from Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. I've been there for 9 years.
Hold on 1 second, so I just want to see who's on deck. Charles Bowman. Okay, go ahead, Linda. Sorry.
And I fully support this amendment. And piggyback to what Lexi was saying, also to the thorough process that our employees go through. Every single new employee that is hired through Shinnecock also goes through a background check as well, no matter what age they are. So as young kids, they might mess up in younger years, but we evaluate all of that. So I just want you to know that I fully support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Charles, you're next, followed by Jane Held.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, thank you for letting me speak. Charles Bowman, President of Land Use Ecological Services, but also a resident of Southampton for, oh my God, family, over 100 years. Okay, so I have a lot of interest in what goes on here. I want to make a point that the people that are up here saying the code change is erroneous do not object to workforce housing. We need workforce housing. Golf course should have workforce housing, no doubt about it. I think the problem is with this application or code change is that it mimics, and I'll disagree with Mr. Bruin, exactly what Atlanta Golf Course wanted to build. Farms, as you know, in 330-135 says 200 feet from a property line for the structure and other uses. That other uses was taken out. The Atlanta Golf Course application has 150 feet to the structure. That's exactly what you're proposing. Actually, it's 151 feet. So they pushed it back another foot, But there's also a parking lot. There's also a driveway that come within feet. Parking lot's 40 feet away from the property line of the adjoining owner, the single-family resident. Driveway's 5 feet away. I don't see, as a resident now, I'm speaking, what's wrong with the code that you had? All you had to do was put a comma after 135, at 330, 135. It says farms and golf courses. You would have already had the setbacks there, rather than going through this whole iteration to make sure that one particular property could put one particular building exactly where they want it, which to me as a resident is spot zoning. And if you went and looked at the work sessions you had, we had the applicants of Atlantic here with people saying, well, what do you need? What do you want? What setbacks do you want? Which is all on record, And I just think that that's wrong. We're not objecting to the workforce. Atlantic has 240 acres. Most golf courses have hundreds of acres. You tell me that there's no place that you can't put a building that would allow for you to meet the farm workforce housing requirements? and then build it. No one, everybody wants workforce housing. Yes, do it.
30
Just
seconds.
conform to it. And I hope the board would consider and look at the Atlantic Plan, how it exactly matches, and have an exemption that they could go right back to the planning board. It's done for one particular purpose. This code was written, and we all know that. We're all aware of it. And I think that the board should look more globally than specifically. And I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just Katie, can I get a clarification on that issue of this? Where is it in the law that it speaks to?
You're talking to me or Chuck?
To Katie. Where is it in the law where if this issue of if they already have planning board?
It's under the applicability. It's section 4.
So in section 4?
I think that's what it is, yeah.
And is that correct, that
Yeah.
if this law were passed and they had planning board approval for something that wasn't in compliance with this law?
No, it has to be in
It would
compliance.
still have to be in compliance with this law.
Sure.
But, so what additional dispensation do they get by having that earlier approval? Is there anything different?
Well, the point is that they do essentially comply. So anything that's not in compliance, they'd have to change. But if they comply with what we've drafted, they don't have to go back to the planning board. And the point of that, sometimes the board will do that when people have vested rights in building permits. I mean, usually we don't do it for site plans or special exceptions, but the point of this code amendment was pretty much to codify what we've already seen the planning board doing. And we did talk about, mimicking some of the ag labor housing and the ag labor setbacks. And where we sort of landed with this is that there's much more golf course employee housing in the town of Southampton than there is ag labor. And the circumstances are so different that you guys did want to have their own standards for it. And I don't disagree that we should be looking at other housing, and maybe we should be relooking at the ag labor housing. But for this, we didn't want to just add it to the ag labor housing because it really is different, and like where we added the line about giving the planning board discretion, we gave the planning board even more discretion because golf courses have multiple pieces that are across the street from each other. So the detriment to the neighbors sometimes is there are no neighbors other than the same golf course or another golf course.
Can you just distinguish a little bit between the ag labor housing and golf and the proposed golf housing? I saw a golf course. I'm not a golfer, but you have your 18 holes and they're laid out, and I imagine the housing would be it wouldn't be in the middle of the course. It would be probably on the periphery somewhere. Whereas in agriculture, if you're set back, let's say 200 feet from the property line, you're still farming in that 200 feet, right? Is potentially you're farming up to the property line, which means you have tractors, you have noises, you have smells.
I mean, I can tell you from just sitting with the zoning board that a lot of the ag labor housing is coming to the ZBA for variances too. The properties are much smaller. I think they would argue the same thing that the golf courses do, is that they want to farm as much property as they can. So they're certainly not going to be able to farm where there's housing.
Right, so you end up in the ag labor housing with the housing sort of in the middle of the farm.
You don't want it to be, but yes, with those setbacks, you could be.
But with the golf course, you can't really put the housing in the middle of the golf course. So there is a distinction there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the distinction is more one that there's just more golf course housing. It already exists. And I don't know that there are.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is with golf courses, it's more logical to have the housing on the periphery, not in the middle of the course. And so you're limited. So to get 150 feet, that is a challenge already.
Sure.
So.
Sure, but I will tell you the farmers have the same challenge. They do. They
right,
do
but
come.
They can still farm on the other side of it, where you can't necessarily golf on the other side of it.
Yes. Yes.
And change the layout of an existing course.
Yes, that's true.
It would be fairly complicated, but there might be other ways to mitigate the impact. And that gentleman who spoke earlier was saying the parking could come within 40 feet of the property line. That seems, is that true under this? I thought that we had setbacks for all related structures.
No, we didn't. We didn't add anything for parking. We talked about parking. We did mimic some of the ag labor standards in terms of access to a town road or things like that. And then we ultimately said, the planning board is doing all of this. The planning board is looking at these, as a comprehensive site plan, where to put the parking, where to put the landscaping, where to have shared driveways.
They could require screening. The
Sure.
law itself doesn't.
Sure, they could require, no music, the hours that people are meeting. I know they have those provisions, I think, in the town code for, like the public gardens, the town board does look at all
But
those
we could
things.
also build them into our law
Sure.
as well as
Yep.
standards. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. All right, Jane, you're next.
I'm here speaking for
Well,
myself.
Before you start, Jane.
My name is Jane Held.
Hold on, even before that, I just want to say who's up next.
Okay.
Catherine Prevost. Is that Prevost? Pruitt. Thank you. Okay.
I'm speaking for myself today, but also my two sisters who couldn't be here. My sister's husband is in the hospital. So if you can maybe give me an extra minute or two, because she was going to be here to talk a little bit. I'm going to be pretty close with the time.
Let's see.
Okay, my name is Jane Held, and I've lived and worked in the Hamptons full-time since the mid-'80s. I was on the inaugural board of the Children's Museum of the East End in Bridgehampton, and I helped get their doors open. And I now serve on the SOFO Advisory Board and work with them to provide an annual updated Lyme disease education program. So I've done a lot of things in the community. I'm really community-minded and very community-involved, and that's why I'm here today. I also served on the Southampton Town Business Advisory Board for 2 different town boards. And part of our job was to review the agenda presented to the town board and as a group prepare comment to the board that we felt reflected what was good for the community and also what the community wanted. And I feel what's being proposed by this resolution today is something we would have certainly have made comment on. The resolution, in my opinion, does not protect the community. This resolution actually opens the door to significant future irreparable harm to homeowners. I fully support and recognize the need for employee housing for our local golf clubs and all the many other businesses that we have that thrive during our busy summer season. And that needs to be addressed. However, to change the code as proposed in this resolution appears to give golf courses special treatment. We already have a farm workforce housing code for agricultural land. As mentioned, Chapter 330-135 clearly mandates that all such residential building and their accessory uses shall be no less than 200 feet from any side or rear lot line and 150 feet from any front lot line. There is no reason a golf club should be granted greater relief or special consideration, especially since golf clubs have significantly more land to do this kind of work than do local farms. Changing the code lessens protection to adjacent property owners and reduces setbacks and buffers already contained in the town code. And the question is, why would we do that? Golf courses incorporate the same agricultural and worker methodology as farmers: equipment use, pesticides, herbicide sprays, and the actual golf course utilization by their members and guests. A perfect example is the Atlantic Golf Course application. If this resolution was to be approved, the Atlantic Golf Course would be permitted to site a driveway 5 feet away, a parking lot 50 feet, and an enormous building 150 feet from a 30 neighboring seconds. property owner. It's interesting that this 150-foot setback is the same dimensional requirement in the proposed code resolution that matches the Atlantic Golf Course application. Atlantic Golf Course sought relief at the planning board, which had no authority, according to the existing code, to grant such approval. Unfortunately, Marianne Gabrielli can't be here today, and her daughter will explain why, but she is the neighboring homeowner over there. And if anyone who's driven along Scuttle Hole Road, it's that sweet little house right past Shorts Pond. She's resided in that home on Scuttle Hole Road for over 50 years, and now has to worry about a parking lot and oversized building being constructed within mere feet of her home. I'm a neighboring property owner to Atlantic Golf and Marianne Gabrielli, and I look at this resolution and realize that if it is to be approved, you will have changed the code to benefit a very small minority, and that being primarily the golf courses like Atlantic, at the sacrifice of reasonable and appropriate workforce construction setbacks for all our community neighbors. Any one of us could one day be Marianne Gabrielli.
faced with the unfortunate prospect of having an enormous structure and parking lot built in unreasonable proximity to our homes if this code change is to be passed. The existing code seems fair and sufficient. Just add golf courses to the existing farm requirements. What is the difference? To change the code now sadly leaves the impression that the board is showing favor to an applicant such as Atlantic Golf Club who cannot achieve approval for their existing application without this code change. I ask the
3
board with all
minutes.
due respect to please refrain from approving this code change that is being proposed today. If we are all here looking to make good decisions at how we can best serve our community, approving this code change is not one of them. Benefiting a single owner is wrong. It would appear that writing a code change that benefits one owner's interest in an existing application is also wrong. I hope that part of the legacy of this board is that they will protect and preserve the beautiful Scuttle Hole Road Shorts Pond Viewshed as was specified in the Southampton Town Master Plan. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Jane. All right, so Catherine Pruitt, and followed by Wayne Brewer.
Mr. Supervisor and Town Board, I would respectfully request if I could read a statement from my mother, who could not be here due to a family medical emergency that happened a half hour before this hearing.
100%. Go ahead.
Marianne Gabriel. Marianne Gabriel resides at 1130 Scuttle Hole Road in Bridgehampton. I'm going to read her exact words at this point. I am opposing the resolution to change the town code to include special exemption standards for living quarters for golf course employees. I have lived in the town of Southampton my entire life. My husband and I have been at the current location for 55 years. As a community member living directly adjacent to golf course property, these code changes will greatly affect the quality of our life. This change will also impact any town resident that lives adjacent to golf course property in which employee housing will be built. No one wants to look out their window and see a multi-housing employee unit with 25 people coming and going all day long. The local courses have in excess of 100 to 200 acres each, if not more, with adequate alternative areas to place housing out of the residential mainstream. I would also like the record to show that I have never once approved, consented, or agreed to the employee housing structure proposed by the Atlantic Golf Course. Any comments made with reference to that are completely false. I am requesting that the town strongly review the long-term impact of the proposed change to the code, to please comply with the current farm agricultural rules, and not to tailor-make a law to benefit one at the expense of many. Thank you. Now, if I could just speak on my behalf. Catherine Pruitt.
You're still within your 3 minutes. So.
Yep. Catherine Pruitt, 1043 Scuttle Hole Road. I live across the street from the Atlantic Golf Course.
30 seconds.
I also oppose the change in code. To make this very brief, I agree with Charles Bowman. I agree with Jane Held. I feel like we are tailoring a law to satisfy one and not the whole of the township. And this law will not only affect me, because I'll have to see 25 people coming and going all day long, but it'll affect anybody that's next door to that situation. Do we need housing? Absolutely. Do we need rules for that housing? Absolutely. We need housing for everyone. EMS, police, hospital, teachers.
3
Let's
minutes.
not craft a code for one business sector. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
We'd say don't craft the code for one business sector, though we already have it for agriculture and we already have it for restaurants. We don't have it for hotels, we don't have it for medical offices, just those two. And we do have this housing crisis, and nobody can deny that we have a affordable housing crisis. And some of it is not that we need year-round housing, some of it we just need seasonal housing, right? So some of the neighbors have said, use the ag setbacks for ag labor, because right now the golf courses can't even do that, but the difference is about 50 foot in most cases. So instead of 200 feet, we're considering 150 feet. And I think there are distinctions, as I've said before, between a farm and a golf course. So, but it also sounds like some of the objections are coming from related structures not having setbacks. So whether it's a driveway or parking lot or things like that. And so in trying to find some sort of path forward, because I really don't think you can set the building back 200 feet and still have a golf course. So I think that maybe we could look at some of those other related structures and screening and things like that. Is that something that might be acceptable if the related to the parking lot and driveways were further from residences?
So, Mr. Schneidman, to be quite honest, I am not fluent in town code by any means.
I understand that, and I'm sorry for putting you on the spot.
No, that's quite all right.
You don't even have to answer if you don't.
No, I want
God bless
to
you.
tell you my feeling on what you're asking.
Because I'm trying to solve a problem. We clearly have a problem.
We do have a problem. But when I read the proposed resolution, the first thing, as a layperson, because I don't know the town codes in whole, was that the first thing that came to mind was, oh my gosh, this is exactly what the Atlantic Golf Club has asked. So are we trying to shape a rule or a regulation to fit one instead of something that would benefit everyone, including the residents? To be frank, the plot there that in question, I don't want to belabor the Atlantic piece, but just as an example, the setbacks, there's several issues with the setbacks already because you've got the wetlands. So to answer your question, I think there's an issue. I think it needs to be strongly reviewed by the board as to preferential treatment for one instead of the good of all. Because frankly, do you want to wake up in the morning and see 25 people coming if it was in your backyard?
So we will get some testimony, I know, on this issue. My recollection is that these standards are not what Atlantic, when they first came to us, were looking for. And if you watch those work sessions, I asked a lot of questions related to setbacks from neighbors and things like that. And it's not unusual for us to confer with an industry. When we did assisted living, we wanted to make sure that if we're going to create standards for assisted living in the community, that they were viable. But we do have these public hearings so that you as a neighbor can be heard, and we can go back and take that into consideration and see if there's ways of addressing those things. So, nothing's been done yet.
No,
and I appreciate you
understand.
being here. I do, because, we can try to put ourselves in your shoes, but ultimately you have to let us know how this is affecting you. And we have to try to find that balance, and it's not always easy. So.
Right. So I can say how it will affect me and the placement if I could. I mean, I can only speak to the Atlantic Golf Course. The NOYAC, I can't speak to their proposal. But Atlantic Golf Course is on a very busy road. You're going to open your window in the morning, or let me speak for my parents, they're going to open their window in the morning to a parking lot, which for 55 years, having a parking lot next door as opposed to having someone's driveway next door is a totally different situation. So you're now having a parking lot, and you're having 25 people that are not part of your community other than for the season. They're not living and working to enhance the community, but they're right there next to you in the wide open on Scuttle Hole Road, taking out the vista, taking up traffic. those are the things that concern me. When, again, because my only point of reference is the Atlantic, and what I've been involved with that so far is that Atlantic already has existing golf housing that they could maybe expand if the town allows that. Again, I don't know town code, but it would seem that the amount of acreage there that I used to play on as a child, through all those fields in the back there's plenty of room to put something modest that would solve the problem. Instead, we're going to drag this out when it's upsetting a group of people. I don't want to see the town take town code, change it to satisfy one.
Well,
That's
it's not that issue,
my.
too. I think what Atlantic initially wanted us to change the code to make it so you could have cooking facilities and accessory buildings. And that would have solved their problem and and I didn't feel that that was in the interest of good planning. That I felt that we should have standards, we should have setbacks, we should protect the very things that you're talking about. Have standards that have to be met that a board like the planning board would have to determine, and they'd have some discretion and they could require certain things. I thought that the first approach of just allowing cooking and accessory buildings would open up Pandora's box. So I think this is a better approach personally, but I think if the Atlantic Golf Course had their way, that's what would have happened. And I think in the record will be made clear, though, that what is being proposed here is not what Atlantic wanted to do, that there are additional setbacks contained here, but we'll find out.
Can I, because this come up, can I ask Janice a question, actually? Janice, please? I just want to, because this is a point that's been made several times now, that when we did bring this up and we did have the discussion in work session on this, we did have the discussion that there are a finite amount of golf courses currently operating in the town of Southampton, and we asked planning staff to look at those golf courses and the layout and come up with standards that would allow existing golf courses to put in staff housing.
Yes.
And
We
planning
do
did that, correct?
Yes, we did. And we have all the maps downstairs if you want to look at them.
And these were a result of that, not based on solely what we wanted. It was based on planning and it was based on existing courses. And it did have to be crafted in a way to allow those existing courses to add housing. Otherwise, this is a futile exercise. I mean.
Right. And I just would also remind the board that the code right now separates an industrial use from a residential use with a 100-foot setback. So this is 150, and in agriculture it's 200. So like, you're talking of accessory residential use to a residential use. Like, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about these incredible setbacks.
So an industrial use is 100-foot setback?
100 feet. So you could have an industrial use adjacent to a residential zone, and the setback is 100 feet.
I just wanted to address the crafting this for additional.
This is 150 feet between residential uses and residential uses ultimately. I mean, they're both just people living in places, but we're saying you gotta buffer them, you've gotta make it so it looks good, you can't see it, you don't wanna know it. And we're doing all that too in this code. But just so you know, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to add that when people purchase land or build a home in the Hamptons, they choose where they build it. They choose it for the beauty, they choose it for the serenity, they choose it for the quiet nature of the wildlife. But I would never buy a piece of land next to an industrial zoned area. Some people will. They want to be out here. That's what they do. I don't want that in my yard. That's not what I signed up for. And that's all. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan.
Wayne Bruin is next, followed by Luke Babcock, or no, I'm saying the last name wrong. What is it? Babcock. Oh, Babcock, okay.
So good afternoon, board members. Wayne Bruin, O'Shea Marcinson Bruin, Southampton, New York. I'm appearing on behalf of the Atlantic Golf Club, Southampton Golf Club, and Sabonic Golf Club. I believe you might have received written. I've also represented other golf clubs, as I've advised you before. without belaboring it, and I ask you to indulge because they do represent more than one party. The history of this for many, many, many years, Shinnecock National is a great example, and there's representatives here that can speak to it. Employee housing has been a customary accessory use, a part of the golf courses. And that was recognized by the town building inspector, the town planning board in the past, and it's been recognized since the 70s and the 80s, when COs and planning board approvals were given. That being said, what we have is a situation where this one particular application for Atlantic, and Atlantic was approved by special exception in '91 and included employee housing as part of the planning board approval to start with, and thereafter went to the planning board not once, not twice, 3 times after that, received approvals from the planning board with notice to all these same neighbors who were complaining, had expansions. One of those expansions actually required a variance from the zoning board for dormers that needed pyramid relief. The zoning board never questioned the use. Nonetheless, this latest application, as was indicated, went through a significant review. And I want to just point out that that review is something that has occurred by the planning board, which you have enabled this planning board under site plan review to do. And not one of all these other approvals have ever had the issues that have arisen in this application. Not one. They all exist. They all live in harmony with their neighbors, and they're providing much needed housing. The application was the interpretation of the building inspector, which has been the same for the last 50 years for each of the golf clubs, was challenged. It went to the zoning board. They came back with a decision. And it's that decision that prompted, it actually suggested that the method of determining what has occurred for the last 50 years was best determined by the legislative body. That's what promoted this. That's why we're here. The zoning board said, go fix this problem with this board. So we're here. As you indicated, and I think council, the board's council, had drafted a proposed amendment, which was simple. Just change that definition that says you can't have sleeping and cooking in an accessory building other than agricultural housing or restaurant employees, and also add golf course employees. The review that would take place would be exactly what has occurred over the last 50 years with the planning board. And they would review each site plan on a case-by-case basis and determine what's appropriate. But it was this board that suggested, no, we want to do more. We want to come up with standards. And we advised the board that, wait a minute, what are we dealing with here? There are 12 golf courses in the town of Southampton. 3 of them are 9-hole golf courses, including one owned by the town, Poxabog. There is one that is in the village of Quogue, the Quogue Field Club, which is not a subject of any of this jurisdiction, but it exists. And of the remaining golf courses, the 18 holes, there is one, West Hampton, which has land in the town, could be eligible for permits from the town. So we're talking about those existing golf courses, and your amendment is on those golf courses. I just want to point out on our preliminary investigation, you're talking about 800, 900 seasonal employees, year-round and seasonal employees. The largest industry that are somewhat based here in the town, as opposed to, transient construction jobs and the like. And we went back and reviewed every one of the sites. We shared that with the planning department. They went and did their own investigation, and they came back with proposed standards that are before you today. We're here to support the board recognizing that this is a need to recognize this housing going forward, to recognize that the existing approvals that were granted by this town are all legal and subsisting, that they can survive. They have no threat that they could be revoked because the zoning board suggested that this definition doesn't allow this. We, of course, disagree with that determination, but we're here trying to get this board to fix it. And that's what this is. It's fixing a mistake, it's correcting the code, and we believe your added attempt at making future applications, those which have not been reviewed by the planning board yet, and trying to come up with special exception standards is appropriate. But in that venture, you always got to be reasonable. You got to make sure the standards that the planning board are going to apply are going to work. And those standards that you have provided, you'll hear comments today that perhaps there's some things you need more flexibility. The one thing we found out with all the golf courses, they're all unique. Their circumstances are different. Where their streets are, where the golf course is. The suggestion, for example, today, well, we have plenty of room back there. Well, as the supervisor said, just like farming, we don't want to put a housing structure in the middle of the golf course. It's not appropriate. And the same thing with the housing. And I just want to point out, I've represented several agricultural, as Katie indicated before. There's been many applications seeking variances on those setback requirements because they don't work. And they interfere with the farming. And I think that was something in one of your work sessions you talked about revisiting and looking at it as well. The one thing, the difference between ag housing and golf courses, and you'll hear it, you already heard today, is the management of the facilities. There's no management on a farm of those housing facilities. There's no controls like we have. These golf course housings, it's a privilege. It's a privilege
Wayne,
of the employer.
You're beyond 3, but I did want to ask a question. So.
Sure. So anyway, I just want to point out, the housing you'll hear, you've already heard testimony, it's a privilege to have this housing as part of your employment. They are strictly following guidelines we provided in the planning board record to counteract the, unsubstantiated comments that, oh, there's parties, there's drunken parties, there's noise, all of which are false. None of that occurs.
So,
and Atlantic's in this particular site plan, by the way, there's only 16, not 25. The planning board provided screening, they provided land bank parking because the parking isn't necessary, it's needed on paper.
When you're beyond their 3 minutes, so just.
So anyway.
But there may be some questions, and you had sort of already stated that your initial request, and I guess on behalf of Atlantic, was just to simply exempt staff housing from the requirements about sleeping quarters and kitchens and accessory buildings.
Exactly.
But my recollection is also when you did come into this board in a work session with some proposal to do staff housing at Atlantic, it was different than what this law would allow. Am I incorrect in that?
We didn't bring our application in.
But
We didn't
I
talk about
thought
our
that you wanted
application.
to be, I think, 100 feet to the property line, and I felt that wasn't enough of a setback for the building.
So-
And there was a certain size that you wanted, and I thought that was much too big for an individual building. I'd have to go back and watch that work session, but my recollection is that those plans were curtailed significantly. This is not in conformity to what you initially requested or were discussing.
We promoted that the planning board have the most flexibility in the setbacks. We felt the planning board could determine what the appropriate setbacks were. We didn't propose 150 feet, but we believed that that would work, so we didn't object to it.
Okay.
We then, and that was from Atlantic's sole perspective. Believe me, we went back and looked at all the other clubs. And in many cases, existing housing, there are some cases where the setbacks are much less than 150 feet. And we understand they're pre-existing. But the question and is, in some instances, they will have to abide by that, and they would understand that. But our proposal all along was, we believe the planning board has always consistently done the right thing from the protecting the neighborhood, protecting the community when they have reviewed and approved site plan. So that was there. We're not objecting to the 150 feet, particularly from Atlantic, because it works, because our building is set back 150 feet. But there's land bank parking, there's landscaping, there's screening, there's all sorts of things the planning board put into protections, which they do. And if you got into the Atlantic site plan, it was a balancing. You have a pond, you have wetlands, you have a scenic view shed, and the planning board didn't want us to put the building in the scenic view shed. They wanted us to put it closer to the housing. So what's the balance? That's what the planning board does. It's very hard for you to legislate that balance, but leave that with the planning board.
That's right,
it's
and this
worse-
is a specific application, and
Right.
we're discussing code here.
Right, exactly.
That one in particular, you know, that piece of property does function separately and differently than the golf course as a whole. I mean, you can understand why the neighbors, you know,
We're fully
are what
aware
they're
of
saying,
complaint.
you know, because it is around the pond considerably there. But, you know, we're considering code and not a specific application.
Correct.
So we're kind of, you know, blurring.
And all I'm saying is the standards that you've come up with work pretty much, and you'll hear other comments, though. There's some other comments, not necessarily with the setback, or maybe there is, but comments how they work or don't work, or maybe what other flexibility should be incorporated from other courses.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. All right, Luke, you're next, followed by Nicholas Conklin, I think? I'm sorry? Conlon? Okay, thank you.
Hi, Luke Babcock, Sag Harbor, New York. I was here for Steinbeck too, so thanks for the two-for opportunity. I'm here today as a representative from the Bridgehampton Club, and I'll be brief and just wanted to make a big picture statement in that I don't even think it's up for argument. I think we're all in favor of more affordable housing in this town. I don't think there's any debate there. But looking at the overall affordable housing debate, it seems to me the biggest issues are always who's going to pay for it and where is it going to go. Well, here you have a proposal that with no taxpayer money, with the sign of a pen, opens up private money to pay for affordable housing and large bodies of land to put it on. So it would be my opinion that this board should approve this measure with as little restrictions as possible. I understand why there are restrictions. That's what zoning boards do. But every 100 feet, 50 feet off the property line, less room for affordable housing, there will be less affordable housing. So I see it as an opportunity to solve not the entire affordable housing question for the whole town, but for one of the largest industries or summer employers in this town. Can be done at no taxpayer money. One restriction I do have an issue with, if I could just bring up, is the stipulation of it being 18-hole golf courses. I don't believe there's anything in an actual code that defines what an 18-hole golf course is. In this town, there's 9-hole golf courses, including the one the town owns. There's some courses that have 27 holes. There's extra holes, accessory holes, practice holes. So there might be 11-hole courses, 21-hole golf courses. There really is no one definition of what 18 is. So in my opinion, it should just be golf courses, straight up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Nick, you're next, and Nick is followed by Chris Husband.
Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, thank you for your time. My name's Nicholas Conlon. I'm the general manager at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club. I have worked in golf clubs on the East End, and lived both in employee housing and managed employee housing for 18 years. It's hard for me to overstate the importance of employee housing. We have, like most businesses involved in hospitality, a structural dependence on people to operate our business. Shinnecock is what it is because of our team. We try hard to hire local residents, but to the extent we cannot meet that, we are highly dependent on housing to attract the rest of our seasonal team. We recruit from the best PGM programs, the best hospitality programs, and we look for the best people. We look for ladies and gentlemen to serve ladies and gentlemen. In my 18 years of both living and managing employee housing on the East End, I have never known a police officer to be called to one of our residents for any kind of a disturbance. We ask all our staff to treat our employee housing as if they are staying with their grandmother. Employee housing on golf courses provides discreet, affordable housing. Employee housing boosts morale, creates a sense of community and loyalty, and employee housing keeps countless cars off the road and out of the trade parade every day. There is no silver bullet to fix the traffic problem or the labor shortage in Southampton, but the town has limited levers to pull. But the town should feel comfortable and confident that on-site employee housing is safe, positive, and a very effective tool at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. All right. Chris, you're next, followed by former councilman Dennis Suska.
Good afternoon, Supervisor, board members. Thanks for having me here today, giving me an opportunity to speak. I'm here in my capacity as president of the Bridgehampton Club, and here to speak to you a little bit about my support for the proposed code amendment. I don't know how much I can add to the discussion about how important affordable housing. Everybody knows that. It's in the paper all the time, and we as a club in this community face those same challenges. The code amendment making it easier to build structures to house whether seasonal or full-time employees. As Luke Babcock said before, you seem to be able to solve for where the money is coming from and where to put the stuff. It's a really pragmatic way to try and chip away at this challenge that faces all of our community. As the president of one of the 9-hole courses within your jurisdiction, I would suggest that we would like the opportunity to be able to be part of that solution as well. It seems somewhat arbitrary to limit it to 18 holes. If we have the space to place, we face the same challenges housing our seasonal staff and our full-time staff. And to echo Mr. Conlon, we love to hire locally. We want to hire local people that live here full-time. You just can't always do it. So we do need that seasonal housing, and hope you'll consider expanding that definition of golf course simply to the golf course and not restrict it to simply 18-hole courses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we have Dennis Susskind, followed by James Matthews. Dennis?
Thank you to the town board for allowing me to speak today. I've lived in this town for about 60 years. I had the privilege of sitting on that side of the desk from 2001 to 2005. So I know what you're going through, and I know how difficult it is to listen to speaker after speaker. I'm going to stay away from the legal issues because that's what we have waiting for it. He gets well paid for it. But there's been some comments made about the Atlantic Golf Club, and I just feel that I have to defend or respond to those comments. I've been a member of Atlantic since day one. I've been the president for the last 11 years. I've also been a member of the Southampton Golf Club, actually a founding member since 1985, and I was formerly a member of NOYAC. So unlike you, Mr. Supervisor, I know golf. We don't have employees at Atlantic. We have family. We think of them as family, and we treat them as family. And anybody that's worked there will tell you that. We've had employee housing since day one. We've never had an incident. Our supervisor lives on the campus, and he watches over it. We don't allow parties, and we don't allow guests. And like Shinnecock, it's never been a problem. If there's a social event, they have it in the clubhouse, the same place the members would have it if they were having a social event. So at one of our public meetings, and you can listen to it, somebody who I think spoke today referred to her as employees. I think her comment was, everybody knows that golf employees are drug addicts and alcoholics. I took exception to that, even though my counsel said I shouldn't speak. So I repeat it today to let you know that we have great employees like every other club. There'll be less traffic because of this. In terms of our neighbors to the west, there'll be a screen of trees that are there now. We're going to enhance it. They know that. That's going to happen whether we build there or don't build there. We've kept the Vista open when we could have closed it to Scuttle Hole Road, and it'll be opened if we allow us to build our facility. It'll allow us to do that. Someone referred to what we want to build as enormous. It's 6,500 square feet. The property to our west, which was owned by one of the speakers, has either been sold or she's building 18,000 square foot houses. So I find it difficult.
18,000?
You're allowed to do up to 20.
No, 15,000 is the.
50, I'm sorry, 15,000. It's right below the limit of what they can build. This is substantially smaller, it's modest in size, and it will not have any effect on their lifestyle whatsoever. I think I'll stop. I think I'll stop there because everything else I want to say would be about how wonderful the Atlantic Golf Club is to its employees, which we are. Housing has always been a problem in this town. It was a problem when I was on the town board. Everybody wants it someplace else. The truth of the matter is, someplace else is where you live. And I think people have to continue to get their arms around that. We do a better job of it today than in 2001. But we have to continue making housing available for employees. Most of our employees are here during the summertime. Some of them are here during the wintertime, and some are local. And like Shinnecock, we look to hire local people. It's a tremendous advantage to us to be self-serving, but it's also an outreach to the community, which we do in many, many forms. So I implore you to.
Dennis, you mentioned earlier that you know golf better than I know golf, and I'm not going to dispute that because I've never played golf. So,
well, that gives me an advantage.
So, but this issue of ag labor housing versus golf labor housing, and the 200-foot setback, how would that be a hardship? I mean, I'm imagining you cannot. You're talking about a playing field, right? It's basically there's a sports field.
This part
there's
of
golf balls flying around. There's lines of sight. I'm trying to distinguish this from a farm where you don't have lines of sight and people yelling "4" and hitting the ball.
Well, I never have to yell "4" when I hit the ball because I know where it's going. But you would have to. I mean, a golf course, has a rhythm to it in the sense that you're going from hole to hole to hole to hole. Just talking about Atlantic, not one of the other courses, they can speak for themselves. This part of our property, which is part of our property, it's not a separate parcel, is away from the golf course itself. So there's no activity on this part of the property. Our employees can walk to work. It's 60 steps to get to where they're going or get to a golf cart, which would take them up the driveway. So our employees won't have to take their cars on the road to get to work. In fact, they'd be prohibited from because we wouldn't have a place for them to have it. Most of them don't have cars. Most of them we supply transportation in the evening and to other places and things for them to do, or we supply vans and all sorts of stuff for them because a happy employee is a happy employer. So this has to be away from the golf course. We've looked, there is no other place on our property that we could put employee housing.
But I imagine that same restriction applies to all golf courses.
Well, if it's Shinnecock, and I can't speak for Shinnecock, they're on 300 some odd acres. I can't,
Right,
they might have more places to put it. National might have more places to do it. Certainly the Bridgehampton Club is restricted.
Because it's been suggested, use the ag standard, but like the restaurants, there's no setbacks for restaurant labor housing. It's just, I think, principal structure setback.
Right.
So it's sort of arbitrary, but I just wanted to kind of create a distinction in my mind as to why that doesn't make sense for golf courses when it might make sense for farm fields. And even the farm fields don't like it either.
They don't like it either, but in their case, perhaps, when you have a field that you have to mow, you have to take a piece of equipment down, you can put it perhaps on the side. I don't know. It's just very different because the golf course is not a straight line left and right. It moves in all different directions and comes back to home eventually. And there is no golf course that would want to have a structure in the middle of it.
Right.
Not at all.
And 150 feet is still a significant setback.
I think so.
The difference we're talking about, that 50 foot, is probably about the length of this room.
I think it's a self-serving comment. I'm sorry to put it that way.
That's okay. All right, thank you, Dennis.
Very well. Thank you very much for your consideration.
All right. All right, so is it Mathers or?
Mathers.
James Mather, W. James Mathers.
W. James Mathers.
Just hold on one second.
Sure.
Following you will be Craig Ruling.
Jim Mathers, Sag Harbor. The general manager of the Atlantic Golf Club for the last 30 years until Dennis fired me. I actually retired. I've worked for Dennis for the last 13 years, so you understand where I'm coming from. Anyway, I think that most of my comments have been addressed by the various people speaking in support of this amendment. I think it's a pretty simple amendment. It provides housing for seasonal employees for golf clubs throughout the town. One of the things that I've realized in my last 30 years of managing the club is hiring seasonal employees here in the Hamptons is a great challenge. And for those employees, it's also a great challenge, more so today than yesterday, to find affordable housing. So it's a symbiotic relationship to provide housing for these employees. Secondly, one of the things that hasn't been addressed here by anybody, I don't think, and maybe it's an oversight, is we talk about these setbacks. Well, I live in the village of Sag Harbor. My neighbor is 20 feet away from me, okay? My neighbor is a person, a member of the community, as I am. We talk about wanting this staff house 150 feet away from the neighbor who is a person just like the people living in the staff house. They're all people, they're all members of the community. They live, they breathe, they shop, they eat in the community. So I don't see the difference, and I don't see why a setback of 150 feet is necessary for a house with people in it and another house with people in it. It doesn't make any sense to me. So that's, I don't think I have anything else to add, but thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so Craig, you are next, followed by Ed Burke Jr.
Thank you, Supervisor Schneiderman and members of the board. My name is Craig Ruling. I've been the general manager at Southampton Golf Club for the past 29 years. And I think everybody seems to be in agreement about the necessity for staff housing, whether or not it's for a golf club, a restaurant, a resort, a farm, or what have you. I think I'm more apt to talk about the culture, because it seems as though there was an issue or perceived issues about the culture of the staff housing. We have a staff house at Southampton Golf Club. We have for 10 years. We at no time had ever seen any issue whatsoever that would be demeaning to a neighbor, that would disrupt someone's pleasantries of living at home. I think Jim Mathers made a very good comment and a good topic regarding people. These people come to work at Southampton and other courses in order to provide a future form of work, whether it be their career or a stepping stone to a different career. These facilities are growth by nature. All of the staff members that are managerial are spending time bringing people up the ranks, incorporating different values into their lifestyles. And I think it's important to note, these aren't strangers. They're not people that are there for the wrong reason. Many of them are local. Many of them are not local as well. But they're there to grow. They're there to learn. And we've had a very good experience thus far with that. So I think anybody that's concerned about the culture or the degradation of their community, I think that's a misnomer. And I think the town would have better records to prove that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Ed, you're up, followed by Karen Coy.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Town Board, I took this page, I literally drew a line down the center of it because I'm standing before you in a personal fashion and a professional fashion. Like Mr. Bruin, I've represented many golf courses throughout my career as a local attorney and growing up out here. And what I've seen with my legal career there for sure, and dealing with the management of many of these golf courses, is certainly what's exhibited here today. The professionalism, the care, the concern, the care for the community, and the desire to strive to be the very best in a special little place out here. Yeah, this discussion is dominating about golf. And yes, Mr. Supervisor, I know a thing or two about golf as well. Hockey used to be my favorite sport. Ice hockey used to be my
Maybe
favorite
the only
sport. I
politician
used to have a
who
very
doesn't
good
know how to play
teammate
golf.
on the ponds out here that we dominated. But I've immersed myself in this world personally, where I have been a proud member of Atlantic. And I see the work ethic and the diligence and the pride that they take, along with many other golf courses that I'm lucky enough to play. So I'm not going to belabor the points that are being made. I think you said it best, Supervisor. You're trying to solve a problem, the problem that's upon you. Mr. Susskind said, you know, he sat on the board as well, and you got to roll up your sleeves and you got to problem solve. You're looking at everything. In my professional capacity, yeah, I see the work that Mr. Bruin has done. I see the work sessions that the planning board has commenced. I see Katie with her reports. I see what's going on here. So we're before you today in a culmination, if you will, of addressing this, and I think everybody, you know, truly wants this. And if there's concessions to be made, if there's things that have to be done, I think I stand before you both personally and professionally that we, this application as it relates to Atlantic, are trying everything to be a good neighbor, to be responsible, to do the things that I think we've always done and solve this problem, or help the board solve this problem. So that's all I have to say, and I thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Karen, you're next, followed by Corey. What's the last name? Layton. Layton? Okay. All right, Karen, go ahead.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Mr. Supervisor. I'm here to speak on behalf of this legislation. As an employee of Atlantic Golf Club for approximately 20 years, I can tell you as the person who is responsible for overseeing the staff housing, both on-site and off-site, I can tell you that it is very much treated as a privilege. When these people are brought on board, they are told, it's a privilege. You mess up, you're going home. And home might be around the corner, or home might be across the ocean. So much as we try to hire local staff, a lot of times we do wind up hiring, you know, visa employees and such, but the housing is there also for, you know, people that live in Riverhead. I mean, it's an hour and a half to commute to Atlantic on a given summer day, especially on the weekends with the trade parade. And for the golf courses of the East End that was stated, take 8 to 900 employees per season. I mean, you're taking a lot of traffic off the road. And if we can keep those cars off the road, myself, I commute from across the canal. So I know what it's like. And if, you know, if the opportunity was given to an employee that lived across the canal to, you know, live on site and have the privilege of the employee housing, I think it's a win-win for not only the town, but also for the employees. So I'm here to support the legislation, and I hope you are as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so next is Corey Layton, followed by Anthony Stalters.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and town board members. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Corey Layton. I'm the first assistant at Atlantic Golf Club. I've been a part of the Atlantic family since 2014. As we're here today to talk about living quarters for golf courses, I've been fortunate to live in the staff housing at Atlantic now for my years there. I've also been fortunate I used to go to Florida in the winter at a lot of top golf courses in the area there. They also staff, they house staff as well. It's a very important piece, the staff in general at any club. I think all the managers that are sitting in this room will mention that the staff kind of makes the place. And now being a manager myself, hiring people, it's extremely, extremely important. So I'm here to give my 2 cents about the issue. As we said, it is a problem. The East End has a lot of good golf, has a lot of golf in general. 800 to 900 employees is quite a few, and I support the subject here that we're in favor of today.
Thank you, sir. All right, Anthony, you are the last card I have.
Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Stalters. I'm the golf course superintendent at Atlantic Golf Club. I lived on the East End for 26 years. I currently live on the property at Atlantic Golf Club full-time year-round. And I live about 50 feet from the majority of the employee housing at Atlantic right now. And there is a zero activity when these employees come back after work. They're dead tired. Nothing happens. There is no parties. There is no drinking. You hear some comments of 25 people coming and going. I live 50 feet. People go to work in the morning. You don't see them all day. They come back. They keep to themselves. When they do get a day off, they want to get off to the property. They go to the beach. There's no hanging around. There's no extracurricular activity on the property whatsoever. And like everybody else said, we've never, ever had a problem. Employee housing is very important, as everybody has explained. I have 28 employees. About 20 of them live on property right now. And every year, more and more, as we bring more people on, the question is, do you have employee housing? I can't afford to live out here. I can't make the commute. So it's just an ongoing problem that's just getting bigger and bigger, and it seems to be in every industry. So I definitely support the amendment.
All right.
Thank you.
Sir. All right, so this is a hybrid meeting, so we're not done. We have to see if there's anybody watching online who wishes to be heard at this public hearing. We're still in the 7th public hearing. Charles, do you have, I guess if you're watching me on your computer, we're in the middle or hopefully toward the end of a hearing on on golf labor housing. I better not jinx myself.
If they're not following along, then they're.
Right. So there is a raise hand icon. So not for public portion, because I know there may be people who wish to speak in public portion. This is the 7th public hearing. If you wish to be heard at this hearing, you need to click the raise hand icon, and we can bring you in. And it looks like there's at least one. So, all right, Charles.
I should do that.
Pamela. All right. Pamela, can you hear us? You just need to unmute, and then we'll be able to hear you. So Pamela, we cannot hear you yet.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Thanks for letting me speak today. Sorry, that's my email thing on the Zoom. But I have a bunch of questions, really, not so much giving an opinion about any of this because I'm in the learning process, but asking a number of questions that have been put to me by members of the community. And as you know, I'm president of the Bridgehampton Civic Association. I hope to learn more about this code change. But I have a few questions. I noticed, I'm wondering if somewhere in this code change you will take into account the hamlet plans and the comprehensive plans that are already in place. For instance, in the Bridgehampton comprehensive and hamlet plans, it talks about the need to preserve the scenic vistas along Scuttle Road. And I wonder if something can be built into this code change that takes that into account. As far as screening, I heard mentioned putting a bunch of green giant arborvitaes and so forth actually can take away from this scenic vista of, so I urge you to think about that. I've heard this screening mentioned quite often at the ZBA hearings about, oh, that will lessen noise, it will lessen your visual impact, but actually it doesn't lessen noise much, and it can take away from the scenic vista. So something to think about. I want to get through this all very quickly. I also a little alarmed about the idea of possibly allowing 40-foot tall housing, whereas now we're allowing 32. And I heard it mentioned that, well, perhaps if that was buried in the woods somewhere that you would notice it even less. Well, if we're allowing the setbacks we're talking about, 150 feet on all sides, you know, it's sort of contradictory to say you're allowed to have it that close to a road. You know, some may think 150 is a lot, but it may not be, depending on the circumstances. But it seems contradictory to say you're giving the planning board an awful lot of leeway, I think, here. And because someone can also then go to the zoning board of appeals, so I don't know why one has to give the planning board such leeway. So I don't think many people would be in favor of thinking about a 40-foot tall building. And again, you know, we're all for the employee housing. It's a matter for, I think, the people who come to me to talk about where it's located. And these golf courses have quite a few, at least 200 acres most of the time. The hope is that it can be, as it has in most cases, be housing that's not seen from the roads. I can't think of a single golf course right now where I can see the housing from the roads, and I hope it can remain that way. The Atlantic is the only one that I can think of that would like to build where you could see it from Scuttle Hole Road, and it would be also near a pond and then perhaps environmentally sensitive area.
30 seconds.
And, you know, I know a house that right now the code allows roof decks. A house in my neighborhood built the 32-foot tall house, then made the roof into a flat roof and then put a roof deck on it, and apparently that's allowed in town code. So is this 7,000 total gross floor area with the, let's just say, because we're writing code here, so you have to think of everything. Would somebody be theoretically allowed to build a flat roof and build a roof deck on top, and would that not be additional housing space? Because I'm told that currently it isn't with normal houses. Something else to think about. I also think that a 7,000 square foot structure is pretty big.
3 minutes.
But again, I know some of the golf courses already have a lot of housing. Some of it was grandfathered. For instance, I think Atlantic was started out as a farm, and some of their housing was built when it was still a farm, and that was allowed. Some of the additional housing was granted when it wasn't code, and I understand the need to make that legal now. But it could also be you're leaving room for the golf courses to take existing houses, housing that might be very old at this point, and they might be not visible from the road, and to convert them into the housing that's needed. They cannot be visible from the road. So I have to say, especially when a Hamlet plan calls for protecting a scenic vista, I would love to think that we're building something into the code that makes it not visible from the roads. And also, as far as neighbors are concerned, it says it can't interfere with neighbors, yet it sounds like, you know, some neighbors might think this is close. So I know this is all tough for everyone, and that everybody needs some housing. I only hope we can work this out to be something that works for everyone. I also want to mention
Pam, so I just need, I'm going to need you to just conclude, Pam, because you're beyond the 3 minutes, so if you could wrap up real quick.
I just want to talk about the taxes. I don't really know how golf courses are taxed. I know some particular golf courses, what their taxes are, and I wonder if there's beneficial taxes because golf courses are considered to preserve open space, which they do, and the more structures you build on them, the less open space you have. So I'm just wondering how that factors into things, into the code, and that's all. Thanks very much,
All right,
everyone, for
thank you, Pam.
a chance to weigh in.
All right, Charles, back to you. Is there anyone else who wishes to be heard? Online?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we still, okay. Excellent.
Yes, they are. Yeah, but I mean, if they have housing. then-
What is the name of the speaker?
No, the tax.
Am I up?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize it was me. I'm Meredith Berkowitz, and I'm also a member of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Civic Association, but also on behalf of myself. Thank you for listening. I too fully support and recognize the need for workforce housing. That is very important. I also trust and have heard what many of the general managers have said here about their employees being family, how carefully they screen employees, the community that it creates, and the need for that housing. I don't dispute any of that. My concern is merely that this is a very broad exception that's being legislated into the code for what seems like a very specific need. It does strike me as interesting that given the entire workforce need, that this particular need for the golf course employee housing has sort of risen to the front and top of the pile. on the heels of the Atlantic application. But again, putting that aside, the master plan and the town, and the 1970 master plan and the 1999 comprehensive plan were very specific about limiting impervious surfaces and really minimizing that in favor of open space and open land. And a golf course is one of those protected open spaces, and it protects the vistas and scenic areas that define the character of the individual hamlets and Southampton as a whole. They also noted that the visual quality of the town, or what residents and visitors see on a daily basis, defines how people feel about the community, and that also affects real estate values. And I just am concerned that given the broad, sizing of this, 7,000 square feet, 14,000 in total, that's a tremendous amount of impervious surfaces in housing that can easily block vistas, the height of them, especially when they only have to be set back 150 feet from a road. 150 feet is not a lot. I am also an avid golfer. I have been on many courses, many that have employee housing. It doesn't necessarily have to be right off the road. There should be, and can be, and should be as part of the code requirements, a consideration of alternative sightings. And maybe that should be built into the legislation. I note that one of the provisions required you to consider what the impact and minimize the impact on adjacent properties. But how will that be implemented? Will applicants be required to consider alternative locations rather than just saying they comply and meet the minimum setbacks? I think that should be part of the code. I'd also be interested to know what other towns in the county do for a golf course employee. This can't be unique to Southampton. I also think that the legislative justification, it looked like from the resolution, the intent is based on saying, well, we've done this before, the buildings department and the planning board have allowed it before, so now we want to allow it and codify it. To me, I think, I'm also an attorney by trade, that legislative intent has to be stronger. There should be something that indicates why it's needed, apart from the fact that, our bad, we did this before, we want to make sure now that we say that what we did before, it's okay, and we want to make sure it's okay going forward. I think you should have some specific findings in there
30
that
seconds.
are helpful. Lastly, I just wanted to say that adaptive reuse or expansion of existing buildings says that it's permitted in the current draft. But I think if you really want that to be considered, the language should probably be a little bit stronger. Maybe to say that first consider and only, consider that first to repurpose those buildings and only allow new where it's impractical or something like that.
3 minutes.
I think that would go a long way. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Charles, anyone else? Yes?
Yes. Neil.
Hi, I'm Neil Osberg. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Neil Osberg, and I own a property on Scuttle Hole Road. I'm opposing the town. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm opposing the town resolution to change the town code relating to the golf club housing. Changing the code is not fixing a mistake. Atlantic wants to build a 6,500 square foot staff apartment building on a sliver of land between a private residence, Scuttle Hole Road, and Shorts Pond. This is just an attempt to bypass the zoning board and application process. The vista of Shorts Pond is a gem of that Bridgehampton watermill area, and I don't think that it is something that we should, when we look at papers and we look at documents all the time, the beauty of that is not being expressed, and I think that that should not be blocked. I also want to note that this is not affordable housing, it's staff housing, and a multiple unit apartment building should not be considered the same as a single family home. If it was a single family home that were to be built on that sliver of land, it would not be allowed. It's right on the pond. We've all driven past the Atlantic Golf Club, and there's plenty of contiguous acreage on the southwest side of Shorts Pond that would not crowd the actual golf course playing area at all. Staff housing on golf courses can be achieved and has already been achieved without changing the town code. The town already has a system in place. via the zoning board, which can look at each golf course application case by case. Reducing the setbacks from the existing agricultural uses are simply a loophole for the Atlantic Golf Club. The Shorts Pond Vista and existing setbacks in the current code must be preserved. That's why I'm opposing this resolution.
Okay, thank you.
That seems to be it.
Okay. Katie, can I turn you off for 1 second again? I don't want to prolong this. I just, this applicability, I'm just, in terms of the Atlantic, because they had planning board approval, right?
Yes.
But they were sent to the zoning board?
No, they had planning board approval, and they were ready to go, and then it came to the zoning board. The neighbors appealed the chief building inspector's interpretation. So they already have everything they need from the planning board. It's, you know,
But
that's.
they can't act on it because.
Correct, because of the finding of the
But
zoning
this-
board.
The applicability section of this,
Yep,
because I'm not really familiar with what the planning board gave them, but that applicability section, which is section 5, basically says if you have planning board approval,
correct,
you don't have to meet the special exemption standards.
correct.
So whether they're 50 feet or 100 feet, or whatever it is, you know, whatever that application is,
Yes,
this law basically doesn't apply to them
yes,
because of that provision. But that wasn't the intention of the board, was to make them have to conform with the law that we put in place.
that's fine. Then we can take out the applicability section. You know, I believe that the thought process was, like I said, a lot of times for other local laws, you have, you basically say if somebody has vested rights, notwithstanding whatever the changes are, you don't have to comply with the new standards. And so that was kind of the thought process
I
with
thought we
this.
were creating kind of a new pathway that all golf courses could take advantage.
Yes, I think, yes,
This seems to be, because some people have said, well, this law was written for
Sure,
Atlantic, but
sure.
this law doesn't even apply to Atlantic, the way it's
well,
written.
correct, based on the applicability.
And the planning board heard it based on, well, it was based on the building inspector's interpretation, and then the zoning board heard and challenged the building inspector's determination, and that was determined to be, well, they ruled against it.
Correct, but, you know, but just
So-
to be, go ahead.
Okay, no, I'm just
Okay.
getting the cadence of the
Yes,
permission.
but just so we're clear, the planning board, you know, the planning board did everything that they were supposed to do. You know, they looked at, they didn't have any standards for the setbacks or anything, so they kind of looked at it like they look at all of the other staff housing for all of the other golf courses. The part that the zoning board looked at is the zoning board said, we're not even going to look at whether or not the setbacks are appropriate. We're not going to look at whether or not it's appropriate, how big it is, or the interpretation that they typically do in terms of whether it's accessory. The zoning board basically said the town code says you cannot have an accessory building that has cooking or sleeping in it. And so that's all. Everything else was, you know, the setbacks, the buffers, the conservation board, all of those things were already addressed by the planning board.
And does the setbacks comply to this code for that particular application?
I believe almost everything does, except I think one of the setbacks, and Wayne can correct me, but I think one of the setbacks might be like 2 or 3 feet short of what's required. But the size complies, I think, most of the setbacks, but one complies with what's proposed.
Okay, thank you, Kate.
Yep.
You want me to just respond to that?
No.
Yes.
You said that out loud.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Briefly, if you can.
Yes, I just want to point out, the zoning board said the town code doesn't allow accessory, sleeping and cooking in accessory buildings. So that interpretation, which the building inspector has made for the last 50 years on every golf course and every prior approval, puts in question all those approvals as well.
Right, but they're
If they're all based on that same interpretation, it puts in question all those
Nobody
approvals. So that's
challenged.
number one. Number two is the bridge. While Atlantic is going through, parallel applications are going through the planning board. Not one objection by these same opponents on the bridge.
which is a different category zoning.
But it's the same application,
I
and the
understand.
planning board applied the same interpretation, and...
Wait, I just want you to answer
I know,
one
but the
question.
bridge is affected on their
The-
current
the
application as well.
question that Councilman Scavone, and really the same question.
Is our application right now would comply with the standards that you proposed?
That's the question.
As well as the bridge's application, which
I
would be
just-
held up, complies with those standards. So this, your proposal
So you're
is
saying that-
modeled and designed to implement and look at not only Atlantic's application, but every golf course and their future ability to add or expand their existing facilities.
So, just one more time, so what the planning board approved,
Correct.
which can't be executed, but what they approved would meet the special exemption standards that are contained in this law?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't think we need to leave this open. I think we've had plenty of time for the public to weigh in on this, so I'm gonna, I guess I should ask one more time, hold on, Brian. So first, is there anyone here who wanted to speak, who didn't speak, not even once? I was thinking, who didn't fill out a card but wanted to speak? All right, Brian, what is it? Because I'd like to close the hearing.
Yeah, my question was, because there was a lot of.
And I think you're gonna have to,
I think what Brian's going to ask is if you can keep it open for written submissions, which is certainly something that I would recommend, because
Is
we're
that what
still
you're
waiting. We're still waiting to do the secret recommendation.
I would agree with that.
I think that's a good idea. Okay, and we don't have the secret done. So we should not close this.
I would recommend you keep it open for like 10 days written submission, and then, and then we can put it on for your consideration for adoption.
So what, the next meeting we have is what, on the?
I think it's the 28th, yeah.
Yes, 28th.
So quick question,
It's 2 weeks?
why are we eliminating 9-hole golf courses?
Why did we not
Yeah,
consider
why?
9-hole? I believe that we didn't consider the 9-hole golf courses, I think, one, because they don't have they're much smaller than the larger courses. I mean, you can certainly
Are there any besides the one we
consider
have?
it.
Yeah, Bridgehampton's got a considerable amount of property, and I've played Bridgehampton in a past life, I was a golfer. But it's as simple as a secondary tee, or you play a different tee. I mean, the golf course changes with the wind conditions, so I mean, it's really, most members play it as an 18-hole anyway, and I think the Quag Field Club is the same way.
Do they have the same type of staff with restaurants and whatnot? I mean, I think, I think we were trying to talk
Cut the
about,
number of employees in half or something like that, or we could do that, say.
that's just going to require an
Just to
amendment.
renotice
But we-
the public hearing?
Right.
It
Well,
depends on
We
what,
can look at that issue. I
what
think
you
that
wanna
the
do.
question was, why did we not?
I believe that's why. I believe it's because they were smaller, and I'm not trying to speak not knowing, but I believe that they may not have the capacity, the restaurants, the facilities. I don't
And
know.
I apologize if I've misunderstood this at the previous work sessions and meetings, but I thought it was 150 feet to any hardscape, in other words, a parking lot or anything like that, where the neighbors still had a considerable buffer. So it's 100, yeah.
Well,
150 feet to
yeah, we I don't believe we ever put the facilities in there. We absolutely were talking, we weren't talking about setbacks, but we were talking about access. Making sure that there was access for access, like access to a road or something to get to the properties. We did not talk about driveways or things like that. Again, typically because those are addressed by the planning board. I mean, so much of this is addressed by the planning board. I think if you look at them, you'll see, like Wayne was even talking about screening or about vistas and Janice is going to respond.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. At section E, section 3E, it says the massing of buildings and associated parking facility arrangements shall be so situated to reduce and minimize any impact on adjacent neighboring properties. So that was to a parking lot. But the setback of 150 feet is to a building. So it's not 150 feet to a parking lot, but the parking lots shall be so situated so that it's tucked in and queued and no one even notices it. That's the point. Thank you.
We could put a setback to parking in the law if we want to, a minimum.
Sure. I mean,
And we're renoticing it.
then
No,
you're
no, no.
changing it. Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't
take-
have a
take, you
setback.
know, I'm not saying it should be 150 feet, but maybe 50 feet or something like that, you know.
We'd have to,
You don't want it right up
Change it, notice,
against
right,
the
Jay?
neighbors.
yeah, we'd have to.
Well,
renotice.
you basically,
Enough of a change.
what I think Wayne has been saying all along is to give some leeway to the planning board to arrange things, trust them that they know how to arrange it, and they will arrange, you know, they're a pretty tough board. So I think, you know, you can trust the fact that they will arrange it so that it, you know, it's protecting.
So what's the language, does it
the
say to
view.
minimize impacts to neighbors?
Yes, and that was directly from you, Mr. Supervisor.
Yeah.
The massing of buildings and associated parking facility arrangements shall be situated to reduce and minimize any impacts on adjacent neighboring properties.
Right. So yes, we left them some discretion. So-
Left them some discretion, but you made it clear what you want them to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janice. Okay, so I'll make, we might as well leave the record open for 2 weeks, right? So that it's eligible potentially for a vote at our February 28th meeting. So I'll make a motion to, I'm sorry, Kate?
I'm sorry, 2 weeks would bring me right to the public hearing, so I'd like to have your comments, you know, within 10 days, just so we could incorporate them at least. If you do it for 2 weeks, won't that be exactly the day we'd be considering adopting it?
14 days or 10 days.
Yeah, I'd like 10 days, just so I can get everybody's comments, if I have to change it.
Okay. I'll change that. I'll make my motion to close the public hearing, but leave the written record open for 10 days.
Second.
So what is that, the 20, not the 18th?
Friday, the 24th.
Friday, the 24th. All right, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Speedy.
We have a lot more to go, so if you guys can exit quietly, appreciate it, so we can keep on moving.
You're too quiet, can't hear you.
Do you miss us at all? We used to sit over here.
That can be when we adopt.
Okay, so we're gonna move to public portion. Again, if everybody could exit quickly and quietly, appreciate it. Okay, so we are up, can we get that door closed?
Can we have, please?
You gotta go.
Once again,
Thank you.
the conversations in the back are interfering with our proceedings. Jane,
Hello?
Gotta go.
if you can exit, so we have other business? I apologize. No, it's okay.
149 pages.
Okay, we still have a lot to go. So we're at public portion. We'll start with our studio audience here. I don't know, Catherine, you're the only one here. Did
She's
you
just
want to
waiting for
speak
the
in
vote.
public portion, or you're here just simply waiting for the vote? Okay, I just have to ask questions. Anyone else who wishes to be heard? Seeing none, we'll go to the computer. Charles, is there anyone online wishing to be heard at public portion?
I see no hands. I have people, but I see no hands.
Are you sure? Because I thought the superintendent of the school, Sag Harbor School, wanted to be heard.
Now I get a hand.
Okay.
Jeff.
I'm here, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Jeff, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can, I don't really see all that well, but I can hear you, so, anyway, thanks for having me, appear today. I know, Jay, you and I spoke a little bit about, the status of the Marsden properties, so I just wanted to, number one, thank you to all the town board members for their diligence and their patience in working through this, but I also wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of the timeliness of this if the school district intends to bring this out to a vote on May 16th. Is it all right if I just lay out the timeline for you guys?
Please do.
Please.
So, in order for us to bring a vote on May 16th, we have to have notice for a board meeting on March 20th. And in order to have that meeting on March 20th, we have to have the district clerk in possession of a proposition in both English and Spanish on March 16th. So we're really up against it from a time perspective. We obviously want to have the vote on the normal budget vote day because the turnout is greater and the community participation would be greater. The other complicating factor, which is sort of separate from this, but it's also pertinent, is that along with the vote for the capital improvement to Marsden, we're hoping to also bring forward a bond referendum for capital improvements to Mashashamuit Park. And the planning for that is also ongoing, and so this is all happening together, and we're hoping to get greater clarity regarding the town's position through the hearing. So I just wanted to appeal to you to expedite this to the extent that you can, respectfully.
Any question for Superintendent Nick?
Yeah, I have a question about the Mashashamuit Park. Are these going to be two separate bonds, or is it going to be one bond proposition?
The intent at this point is to do one bond proposition.
For, just to be clear, for improvements that the school intends to do at Mashashamuit Park and the improvements theoretically on the Marsden properties.
Correct.
Okay.
Did you have a follow-up or no?
Well, yeah, also, a bond issue requires 7 weeks of notification, and that, I was trying to figure it out here, that puts us to March 20th, or is?
Right, so the propositions, the legal notice, I think it's 2041, the education law says it has to be published 4 times within the 7 weeks preceding the board meeting, at which point the vote will take place. I think that's what you're referring to.
Right, and I
so
have that as April 4th, but it's, I'm obviously either reading the code wrong or the
this came
schedule.
directly from the district clerk. So she
Okay.
has it as March 20th. Because what happens is, we also have to get the notice to the newspapers as well. So, again, this is coming directly from the district clerk, but we could review that now. I mean, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but if we work backwards from May 16th.
That's fine. Yeah, if Mary said it, we're
Yeah.
good. I'm sure she's correct. As far as the bond proposition, is there any way to parse them out? Because one of the things that the school district has been saying is that the Marsden properties will go out to a bond vote and the public will get to, give input into this. I've been asked that. I'm sure you've been asked that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just for the sake of clarity, and I don't know.
We would not be opposed to parsing it out in terms of separating the referendums on the day of the vote, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would not be opposed to that. It's just that what we don't want to do is go out to the public multiple times asking for money. So what we wouldn't want to do is go out for a capital improvement bond for Marsden, and then 3 months later go out again for Mashashamuit. We'd like to do it on the same day, but we could separate them out if that was preferable.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. 2 bonds on the, you'll have different
Yes.
proposition, 1, 2,
Yep.
and the budget.
So,
3.
so Jeff, people would be able to vote yes or no on each of those items? So you could actually pass Marsden but not pass Mashashamuit?
Mashashamuit.
So there'd be actually 2 votes. Are there any other capital projects that you are putting in this, on a larger bond, that the public will be voting on?
Those are the 2 at this point. There's ongoing work right now that's happening out of capital reserve funds, but we don't need to go to the public for any vote on that.
And you understand that in our letter that Ms. Fenelon sent, one of the conditions for closing would be the guarantee that we don't want to spend $6 million on this property and find out that the school lacks the ability to build the field, which is the school's significant contribution to creating this community park. So that would be a condition if we are to move forward. If that bond fails, it's over, right? We'd have to start all over again, potentially.
Correct, that's what has been discussed.
Okay.
And
Okay, so we have this on for possibly setting a public hearing. I feel a lot more comfortable with parsing out the two bond issues so the community does get a say in, whether or not this moves forward. And you've already had one bond vote, so you kind of know how that probably will go.
Jeff, on the list, there was one, which you said the school board said that they would meet the 12 things, but on two of the items, the stormwater management plan, we're still waiting certain information. So we want to be able to make a decision, understanding the time frame. I mean, if we lack, assuming we set the hearing for the 28th, if we don't have all the information we need, or we feel like we haven't had adequate public input, it could get pushed over. Our next meeting date would be the 14th. So if it had to go to the 14th because of one of those factors, you still would be able then to meet your timeline with the bond. But if we went beyond the 14th, you would not.
yeah, I think even the 14th is pushing it to the extent that there's a lot of work that needs to happen prior to that drop dead date, if you will, with preparation with bond counsel and our attorneys and drafting the proposition and everything. The other point that I wanted to bring up with regard to the wastewater management plan.
Not wastewater, stormwater, right?
Excuse me, stormwater management plan is, I met with a village trustee this morning, and Sag Harbor Village has been working on this problem the last several years, and I think Councilman Scavone may have talked to this village trustee, but what we're going to be doing is coordinating meetings between our architect and team of engineers with the village's engineer who has already been working on this issue, so that our plan is coordinated and makes sense with the overall village plan. So the reason I bring that up is, number one, I think it's important for everyone to know that we're going to do this in a thoughtful way that benefits everybody in the village, but also the likelihood of that plan being completed prior to March 14th or even February 28th is not great, especially if that coordination is going to be happening, which I intended to happen. So that's why I said, or I suggested that a condition for the disbursement of the funds be added, and that condition being that the stormwater management plan receive approval from the town engineer prior to any disbursement of funds. Now, that doesn't entirely address your desire to have, a thorough plan vetted prior to your hearing, but I'm trying to be realistic with regard to the coordination with Sag Harbor Village and the existing timeline that the school district is dealing with.
Okay, that's good. I had sent a series of emails, as you know, to the village and to the school to kind of coordinate the stormwater runoff. The roads, of course, are the village of Sag Harbor's jurisdiction, and this is going to be a change in how the water flows down there. That area has been somewhat of a de facto sump, to that area of the village, and the village certainly needs to be on board. So if you all are working with the village and you're in coordination and there are plans in the offing, I think that is a good thing, and it's what we should be doing here.
Jeff, can I ask you about the fifth lot? Because in the list of the 12 items or conditions, we had wanted the sort of the same rights that we would have on the 4 field lots, you know, where we're purchasing the development rights and we're restricting the use to athletic facilities. We had initially, we had asked for that 5th lot to have the same rights to all 5 lots to be treated the same. And my understanding from conversations with you is that when the athletic field isn't open to the public, you would like the parking area to be not restricted to athletic use parking, but to allow the school to be able to use it for school parking, which I completely understand. But I haven't seen, and this is really a lawyer question, how you're going to acquire that and give us those rights, not us, but the public, the right to use that, to make sure that that lot is available to the public. It's not full of, you know, cars associated with the school during the times that the field is open to the public, which is weekends, which is holidays, which is all summer, et cetera. So,
Yeah, and our expectation, that is the school district, is that that lot, as you just said, would be available for use by the public when the fields would be available for use. And I would think that the lawyers could work that in to the contract language, although I'm not an attorney.
okay, well, all right.
We have one right here.
So you're intending to close on all 5 lots simultaneously?
Yes, when the district originally, we went to contract on that 5th lot, but the 5th lot was contingent upon the other 4 closing. And as all of you know, this has been a bit of a wait and a process. But our intent is when, let's say, the bond referendum passes, the funds are dispersed to close on the 4 lots, then the district would close on the 5th lot, and obviously agree to the terms we just spoke about in terms of use by the residents when the fields are in use.
All right, we just would need some kind of enforceable instrument.
Yeah,
So-
and I'm amenable to that.
Okay. The lawyers can figure that out. Any
Do an
other
IMA
questions?
or something do an intermunicipal agreement, or what do you want to call it, a memorandum of understanding or something we could we can something with
Something
that.
it's gotta be enforceable.
Yeah.
You know, a deeded restriction is enforceable. But anyway,
Yeah,
any other
we can
questions?
file.
I have a question. Jeff, I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but perhaps your attorneys will, and, you know, this question will come up in the future. If the town and the school district purchase this on a percentage basis, and we actually own part of the underlying fee, will the construction of that property be subject to local jurisdiction of the Village of Sag Harbor? And that's not a question for you to answer, I just...
No, I actually know the answer.
Oh, good.
So there are 2 ways to go through the 4 lots. Let's zero in on the 4 lots. In response to your question, if there's joint ownership, then the school district would have to go before the local municipality, in this case, Sag Harbor Village, for approvals. If it's the Sag Harbor School District owning the property, and the development rights are then given to the town, then the school district, as any school district in New York State operates, is not subject to going before the local municipal boards. So that's sort of the scenario that the school district is aware of.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jim, I was trying to find the resolution to notice it, but do we notice it as a development right
It's listed as
purchase?
both.
I think we did both.
We did both.
Yeah, we wanted to
It's
put that
noticed as
flexibility in
either
there.
or?
It says or.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, we put that language in there so we could cover it.
all right. And did we include lot 12, or?
I think we did include it,
Right.
if I recall,
So-
just to be more comprehensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the public hearing.
For the hearing, right.
For the hearing, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, Jeff, we know you're busy. Thank you.
Yeah, one more question from my end. For the hearing, if you guys set a date, with regard to the stormwater management plan, I would be amenable to having the architects and/or engineers from the firm come in and review the process and the procedural steps they're going to take, probably in concert with the village engineer as well, if you found that helpful, from the perspective of giving information to the public. If you don't think it's necessary, I don't have to have them appear, but I just wanted to offer that.
I think it would be helpful if we are to set the hearing on the 28th, to have that technical expertise present. And yes, I think we understand that as you go out to bid, if this gets approved, there's obviously, it's going to have to reach a much higher level of engineering. But I think we need to feel satisfied that you'll be able to mitigate the water from this property as well as any water entering this property. So, I don't think we need to know yet exactly how many storm drains and exactly how deep they are and how wide, but that that is being determined, and it's within a certain, a rough, an approximation, basically.
And probably more germane, in my opinion, is the cost of that. Who's going to bear the cost? It could,
Yeah, thank you.
and the village is there as well, and the school district. So, at this point, these discussions need to be had.
Yeah,
And
that's
decided.
that's gonna change the bond a little bit. So
It could.
the table that you gave us of costs, I don't think fully accounted for the cost of the stormwater management abatement.
That is correct, and I spoke with the architect and communicated with the engineers, and a revised number will be coming to you tomorrow, so that you have that.
Yeah, appreciate
But
that.
to Councilman Scavoni's point, when I spoke to the village trustee today, we also talked about cost and how that was going to be divvied up. And my assumption is that anything related to the development of Marsden is the school's responsibility. And to the extent that interfaces with some current village work, we'll have to discuss cost sharing that's reasonable.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, Charles, is there anyone else online who wishes to be heard?
I see no other hands.
All right, I will make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we're going to resolutions, and I think we're gonna take a few things out of order, and if you don't mind, maybe, Tara has been in the back, waiting. I think John would like to be able to let you go back to work. Maybe the end of home.
Maybe she has to go home.
Home.
111.
Go home, it's after 5.
God forbid.
So it's page 111, Reso 273.
All right, so resolution 273 on page 111, is that what you said?
Correct.
And John is making a motion to take it out of order. I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, all right, and this is Resolution 273 of 2023, appointing Tara Cody to Database Manager in Information Technology. I actually have to amend it to make it even further confusing, so I want to, it's just that the effective date should say February 16th, 2023, not
Oh, yeah. 2013.
So the 1 becomes a 2.
It's a lot of back.
It says 2013. It's really just a
Always a
Scrivener's
trouble.
It's a
error.
Scrivener's error, you don't
But
need
let's
to-
just keep it clean, so let me make a motion to amend to change 2013 to 2023 in both instances where it appears. Seconded by John. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so now I'll make a motion to approve as amended. John, you're seconding. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Go home.
All right, go home.
Drive safely.
Go see your kids. Go. Thank you.
Good night.
All right. So now, we got Catherine here.
That's Resolution 291. It's at the back of the packet.
What page?
Last page, 142.
Thank you.
Second to last page.
142. All right, Tommy John is making a motion to take Resolution 291 of 23 out of order. I will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And so Resolution 2023-291, authorize acquisition of development rights, restrictive use easement, and historic preservation easement at 2 Bluff Point Lane, the John Steinbeck Home, Sag Harbor, and to amend the CPF project plan and CPF management plan and stewardship plan to include the subject property. This is co-sponsored by Councilman Schiavone, Councilman Bouvier, Councilman Martell, and not you. You
So
left-
I'd actually like to be added as well.
Okay, all right, so Councilwoman, why am I blanking? McNamara and Councilman
Those Irish
Martell.
names.
That happens sometimes, particularly when it gets late and I haven't eaten. Okay, so it's co-sponsored now by the entire board, and seconded by Councilman Schiavone?
Yes.
Okay, so on the motion, I'll just be really brief. This is really important. I really, it was a lot of work getting to this point, and, as I said earlier, we're fortunate to have a partner here in both the Mishra Center and particularly the Sag Harbor Partnership that will take care of this property without having to burden taxpayers with that cost, who will lovingly make this property available not just to riders but to the public. Every once in a while we get to do something that is historic. I believe this is historic. This is, John Steinbeck was really a gift to this community, a gift to our nation, and really a gift to the world. What an extraordinary writer, literary giant we had here living within our township. And now we have an opportunity to not see his home torn down in a 8-bedroom home, whatever it might be, 6,000 square foot home constructed. His humble house will be preserved. His little octagonal writing quarters, whatever you called it, the writing shack, will be there for future generations to see the space that he went to be inspired. It is beautiful. It's a beautiful piece of property. And, Councilman Schiavone, you have been an advocate for this from the very beginning. You have helped push the board to the point where we're at now, and I just wanted to thank you personally for all the work you did to get us here. I know you're from that community, but Steinbeck isn't just from Sag Harbor and just from the town. He really belongs to the whole world in a way. And but I do want to thank you for your leadership role in this. And I'll let you say the next piece.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate it. And, there's a lot of people, a lot of time went into this from a lot of individuals. One is here today. In fact, the first phone call I got was from Catherine Soka, and I think it's kind of ironic that you are here for the vote, Catherine. So I want to thank you for the energy that you've put into this. Also, Susan Mead from the Sag Harbor Partnership. She has taken an incredible leadership role in this whole process. Tirelessly working on it, and we had to really go out to the community in many different ways. I wasn't kidding when I said we had public meetings in the Grove at the end of the cul-de-sac with 40 or 50 people discussing a lot of the very same things that we heard earlier tonight in our public hearing, in our last public hearing. I'm proud of that, and they gave input, and they supported this application. I also want to appreciate the Village of Sag Harbor, too, who asked, in my opinion, some hard questions about this in the process. Also, Assemblyman Thiel in the state of New York, who is supporting this. And, of course, the Mishra Center. They are stepping up to be a steward and are going to be bringing some of the greatest writers in the world to the South Fork of Long Island, and they are going to be doing outreach into the community. And of course, this board. This wasn't easy. It was great working with you. I appreciate your input. Cindy, your suggestion about getting a teacher onto our board, great idea. Rick, the workshop for students, that's going to be fantastic. And this thing is going to be moving forward. And I know Jay and John, you also, had a huge part in the access plan, and we had gone over about 6 different access plans. We really did. It was going back and forth, so it was a lot of hard work. Yeah, John Steinbeck was in Sag Harbor. I was on his house, on the property for the first time in my life this year. One of the things in Sag Harbor about John Steinbeck's home, nobody talked about where John Steinbeck lived. And I have to say, one of the great things about Sag Harbor, or at least the local folks or the people who come this, and it's not just Sag Harbor, it's a lot of the East End communities, we kind of didn't care in a way, which made a lot of folks who have national prominence be individuals in our community. So, as the son of a grandson of the Italian grocery store keeper on Main Street in Sag Harbor, I will be voting yes on this. Yeah. Thank you.
Tommy John, the fact that we do preserve a lot of properties and we keep, acres and acres preserved for future generations. The fact that this is, historic and it comes with a legacy that we can actually keep alive and if we can inspire future generations, I think this is one of the ones that we can really, be proud of.
Thank
Who
you.
else?
Anyone else? One thing I want to do is congratulate you. I think this is fantastic. What I really pleased to see happen here is we have a lot of issues when we buy CPF properties with people with good ideas that can't make them get them realized. And I'm thinking of 2 successes on the East End. That's the Marine Center, the North Sea Marine Center, and Tupper Boathouse, and now the John Steinbeck House, which I think is worlds apart. I think this is a great model to set. I think we learned from past experience where trying to get people to be good stewards and want to do that job and help these things happen when they can't find the means to do it. We learned from that, and I think Tommy John Kampowski really took that to heart because he saw it happen with other projects. So congratulations, and congratulations. Canino's bookstore, always in my heart. I remember reading Moby Dick there, so thanks so much. It's a good job.
Well, don't congratulate it yet, we haven't voted.
Well, we all sponsored it. I think if it went the other way,
I
we'd
have
have
actually,
a problem.
since I was the last one to sponsor it, and that wasn't by accident. I really had a hard time with the access plan on this. And it was hearing people at the public hearing, stating they happen to know where he lives, and they walked down the road, and they saw his house, and they saw the gazebo from the road. And I really, really wanted to have a time of public access that wasn't by appointment, where somebody could, stumble down the road and walk onto the property just because they happened to be in the area. And so, while that's, everything is by appointment, my hope is that in the future, somebody can come into the bookstore and you can make a phone call and, get a steward to take you down to the property if it's not a Saturday and nobody's in residence. And I think there is a real, hope of having that happen. I think everybody wants that to happen. And I really got a sense of people want to preserve this and they want people to have access as much as possible. Another one, a big one that we added was keeping that view shed from Bluff Lane to the gazebo. I think it was 2 weekends ago now. I took my daughter and I said, "You're going for a ride with me." And she's 17. And she's like, "Oh, where are we going?" I said, "We're going to Sag Harbor." "What are we going to Sag Harbor for?" So we're going to look at a property we're looking at preserving. And so we pull up and we get out of the car and she's like, "It's a nice house, I said, "Did you read anything by John Steinbeck in school?" "Yeah, of course we did." She's not a big reader. She's not a big literary person. But I have to tell you that when we got to the gazebo and she saw where he wrote and the view and everything else that encompassed it, I'm sorry, but taking that gazebo and sticking it in a park and not having the experience of that, it would be a tragedy.
Right.
So, and that park comment today is actually what put me over to this has to be preserved as it is for people to view and see. And thank you for the work that you did, and thank you for the work that we all did. And
Yeah. And Bluff Lane is a public road, and
that view will be
you'd be able to
preserved.
go down that road anytime, not necessarily wander onto the property, but to see the to see the house, to show somebody who might be inspired by John Steinbeck's writing, to say, look, that's where he wrote. You don't have to go onto the property for that. You can still see the view. You can see the writing, shed, and you can see the house. So that is there. So I went there too, and I think it's very important that we maintain the vista.
It's just
from the
ironic
road.
that somebody in opposition actually pushed me over the edge on that one and said, no, we
But
can't.
no, but now you've mentioned your daughter twice today.
Sorry. No, this is another daughter. I have two.
Different daughter.
Oh, you're two different daughters. You mentioned them both. Any other family members?
Nope.
Mhm.
Happy
We have-
Valentine's Day to my husband.
The both daughters gonna be mad at you now.
We have the
My
spot
wife-
marked out, by
My
the way.
wife, because it's Valentine's Day and I'm supposed to be taking her out, so
Uh-oh.
I want to move us
We
along.
better move along.
I'm in trouble.
But we,
You don't need to say, after we vote.
okay. Hey, one last thing. I just want to recognize real quickly the Sag Harbor Partnership. Real strong group on the South Fork, and they do great things. And, the leadership was
Yes.
here, and they
And in
provided a lot,
particular-
including some critical fundraising. So,
In
thank
particular,
you.
Susan Mead.
In particular, Susan Mead.
And of course, April Gornick.
Of course.
And others, but, we wouldn't be here without them, so. Okay, so we had a motion and a
She
second.
lived down in Dallas.
I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Congratulations.
Pretty anticlimactic.
Yeah, a little bit.
So with any,
It would have been better with all the people.
so there, there are still steps ahead. So whenever what this does is, Catherine,
Oh,
this
thank you.
authorizes me to enter into the contract. But
Very cool.
there may be conditions in the contract that have to be met before we can actually close. Clear title, whatever it might be, surveys or reviews. We're buying development rights here, so certain things might need to be, instruments might need to be developed in relationship to that, so.
Yeah.
But, congratulations. You can go tell everybody. If they're not watching, they're probably watching online.
Congratulations to us all, really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You made history
I agree.
today, and I don't say that lightly.
No, it's true.
You don't get pencils every day.
Very
yeah.
true.
They throw it at us.
He wrote with pencils on,
I was gonna say.
on yellow notepads, and WOOD is one of our discontents for a marathon reading we did, and John Lynn was happy to read the book and take June 9 to 11.
Oh, so
All right.
Winter of our discontent is WOOD, which is wood, which is
Discontent, yeah.
Thank you all.
Not
Thank you.
discontent.
Happy Valentine's
discontent. No,
Day.
it's just saying that. Winter of our discontent is wood, and he wrote it with
Right.
pencils.
Thank you, Catherine.
Kind of cool. Okay, so, is there anything else we need to take out of order? Nope. Perfect.
That's it.
All right, so,
And we've already discussed everything else, so we can move right
So-
through.
so we're gonna, what's it, Evelyn Wood speed
Yes,
reading class? That's what we need right now. We're gonna read quickly so you guys can all go and enjoy your Valentine's Day. So Councilman
except for
Scavo,
the
you're up
first one.
first.
Keep 'em up spotted.
With the longest one.
Town Board Resolution 141 of 2023, resolution of adopting amending local law to amend TO 3112, parking prohibited in designated locations on a portion of County Road 80, East Montauk Highway, Hampton Bays, in order to provide National Grid unencumbered access to the manhole covers in order to maintain and operate the gas main pressure regulator system. This is co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara.
Second? And hold on, unfortunately, we'd have to amend it. In the notice of adoption, you need to update the January 24th meeting date to today's date.
Thought we did that at
Okay.
I thought we had fixed that, yeah.
we did.
Well, maybe we couldn't, no, all right, so.
Okay, do I make
so
a motion
you're-
to change as
so-
amended?
So you're
or-
making, make a motion to amend.
Okay.
Second?
Second by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now make a motion to approve as amended, and seconded by
Second.
Councilwoman
Amended.
McNamara. And Sunday, you know the amendment, obviously, so you just told us about it, all in
Yes, I do.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Approved, and we will continue to work, though, on that issue of the businesses across the street and trying to provide some parking for them.
Town Board Resolution 167 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a renewal license agreement with Tea to Green Food Service Incorporated for the operation of the food and beverage service at the Poxabaw Golf Center, and authorize the supervisor to sign any and all documents pertaining to this license agreement.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 168 of 23, authorized office supply purchases from Staples using Sourcewell contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 169 of 23, co-sponsored with all of you, authorized purchase and installation fencing from Suffolk County contract with Residential Fences Corporation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 170 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchase of groundskeeping, repair, parts, service, and accessories from Suffolk County contract with All Island Equipment Corp.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 171 of 2023, authorize the purchase of managed print services from Omna Partners contract with Toshiba Business Solutions.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 172 of 23, authorized purchase of safety shoes from Suffolk County contract with Safeguard Safety Shoe Company.
Shall we
safety-
shall we
Never
tell
forgot if it's one or two shoes.
Why,
Second.
why is that here? All right, that's important. Or is it she sells seashells by the seashore?
Yes.
All right, the tongue twister, all right, I got it. All right, it was seconded by, I'm sorry, Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
I did pretty well with the tongue twister, though, right?
Town Board Resolution 173 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchase of snowplow and spreader parts from the Suffolk County contract with Trius Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 174 of 2023, also co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchase of trailer from United AG and Turf NE LLC using the Sourcewell contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 175 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchase of 2 Henderson six-wheel dump trucks with plows from Henderson Products Incorporated using the Sourcewell contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 176 of 23, authorized purchase of automotive Ford vehicle parts and service from Suffolk County contract with Newlands Bay Shore Ford, Inc.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 177 of 23, authorized roof replacement at 240 West Montauk Highway from Roof Services of New York, a Tecta America Company LLC using NCPA contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 178 of 2023, authorized supervisor to execute a 2023 Inspirational Triathlon Racing Incorporated DBA I-Tri contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 179 of 23, authorized supervisor to execute a 2023 contract with Risk Strategies Company, Inc. to provide actuarial services to the town.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Aye.
Town Board Resolution 180 of 2023, authorized supervisor to execute the 2023 Human Understanding and Growth Services HUGS contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 181 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorized the supervisor to sign a contract extension or extensions with Buy Low Industries Incorporated, Grade A Petroleum and Miles Petroleum Company Incorporated for oils, lubricants, and grease.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 182 of 2023, with co-sponsor with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized supervisor to sign a contract extension for maintenance, installation, repair of water mains with Roadwork Construction Corp.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 183 of 2022, authorized supervisor to sign a contract extension for furnish and install microsurfacing and/or crack sealing with Thomas H. Gannon and Sons Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 184, authorized supervisor to sign contract extensions with South Fork Asphalt and Rosemar Contracting Corp. for drainage construction east and west of the canal.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, on 185, I need to amend it. It says Hampton Bays instead of Flanders, so every instance
Well, it says Flanders.
But if they say the Flanders Community Center?
Well, not every, so I'm seeing
And-
some places it's both.
Yeah.
So it's the
Let me just
Flanders
see here.
Community
Authorized
Center?
supervisor, maintenance located at Flanders Community Center and the Hampton Bays Community
She said
Center.
Flanders Community Center.
So,
Well, that would be the Crowham.
so there are several instances where it says, like the third whereas currently the Hampton Bays Community Center, Flanders, New York, and the Hampton Bays Community Center in Hampton Bays, New York. So the first instance of Hampton Bays there should be Flanders. And then again, in the first resolve clause, it's the same issue, maintenance of the elevators for Flanders Community Center, Flanders, New York. And let me just see, I think, yeah, that's, and then, of course, the title. So
Isn't the title-
again, so wherever you see Flanders, New York, the community center that precedes it ought to say Flanders Community Center in Flanders, New York. So there are three of those locations, so I'll make a motion to amend.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Sunday, you understand the amendment,
see,
right? Okay, so I'll make a
yes.
motion to approve as, I haven't read it. So authorize supervisor to sign contract with TK Elevator Corporation for preventative maintenance on elevators located at Flanders Community Center, Flanders, New York, and the Hampton Bays Community Center, Hampton Bays, New York.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
To approve as approved as amended, okay.
Okay, Town Board Resolution 186 of 2023, authorize supervisor to sign Family Service League grant agreement and accept funds from Youth Bureau to provide mental health outreach and counseling to youth and families.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 187 of 2023, authorize the purchase of a 2024 Kenworth T480V dump truck from Gabrielli Truck Sales Limited using Sourcewell contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, 188 of 23, authorize the purchase of auto parts and accessories from Omnia Partners, contract with Advanced Auto Parts.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 189 of 2023, authorize the purchase of food products and related supplies from Omnia Partners with Premier Inc. with distribution through U.S. Foods.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 190 of 23, authorize the purchase of gasoline from the New York State OGS contract with Sprague Operating Resources LLC.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 191 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara, authorize the purchase of heavy-duty brake and truck parts from AA Systems Truck and Bus under Town of Hempstead contract TOH 21-01-002.
Town of Huntington.
Huntington.
Oh, is that what I say, Hempstead? Town of Huntington.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You have Hempstead on your mind.
Town Board Resolution 192 of 2023, authorize the purchase of Hitachi six-wheel loader from All Island Equipment Corp. using the Town of Islip contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 193 of 23, authorize the purchase of law enforcement safety equipment and supplies from the Albany County Contract RFP 2021-121 with Galls LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 194 of 2023, authorize the purchase of milk and dairy products from the New York State OGS with Cremoland Dairies LLC.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 195 of 23, authorize the purchase of Power Plan desktop system from Paseo Technologies to assist in the scheduling of bus service provided by Senior Services.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 196 of 2023, authorize the purchase of road salt from the New York State OGS contract with Atlantic Salt Incorporated.
Do we need it?
Hopefully for 2024.
Second?
All right, seconded by Councilwoman
On the motion?
McNamara. On the motion, Councilman Bouvier.
On the previous motion, on the OGS contract.
That's the one we're on.
Oh, I'm sorry, apologies. We had, Rick, we had spoken a number of years ago about the sources of salt, particularly from fracking fields. So I'm just going to offer a suggestion that we just double check that.
Okay.
I'm sure it's okay, but it is a big issue.
Okay, we can find out. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 197 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized the purchase of tires from the Suffolk County contract with Barnwell House of Tires.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 198 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilor Scavone, is to authorize the sale of the community benefit unit located at 32 Samantha Circle, West Hampton, New York.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 199 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilor Scavone, is to authorize the supervisor to sign an extended agreement with L.K. McLean Associates P.C. for the professional services associated with Reeves Bay Nature Trail and Catwalk.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 200 of 2023, authorized the supervisor to execute 2023 Youth Bureau agreements with Youth Bureau programming consultants.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 201 of 23, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Contemporary Computer Services, Inc. for network installation at the 240 West Montauk Highway.
Computer science.
Second?
Did I say something wrong?
Well,
I was looking at my phone because
Oh,
somebody
it's co-sponsored by Councilman
distracted
Scavone.
Councilman. Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, who is the co-sponsor on that one. Thank you.
Mhm.
All in
Computers.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 202 from 2023, authorized the supervisor to sign a contract extension for bituminous concrete and bituminous materials with East Island Asphalt Corp.
Glad you read these. Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Rick, you got the next one too. Bottom of the page.
Town Board Resolution 203 of 2023, authorized the supervisor to sign a contract extension for printing and mailing of Hampton Bays Water District bills with Questmark Information Management Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 204 of 23, authorize the supervisor to sign an extended contract with Messiano Consulting, Inc. for grant writing assistance.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 205 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign agreements for senior services programs.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 206 of 2023 is authorized the supervisor to sign an agreement with Bristol Protective LLC for 1370 Majors Path, Southampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 207 of 2023, authorized the supervisor to sign an agreement with Briscoe Protective LLC for 20 Jackson Avenue, Hampton Bays, New York.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 208 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign an amendment to the lease agreement for 38 Little Plains Road parking lot and garage
That's
bay.
specific.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 209 of 2023, authorized the supervisor to sign contract extension for furnish and deliver meter pits and ancillary equipment with Ferguson Waterworks.
Second?
Second by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 210 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara, authorized the supervisor to sign contract with York Labs for the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second?
Second by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 211 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign the 2023 SEPA Mujer Incorporated Human Services Grant.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 212 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized the supply and deliver of auto parts from Grade A Petroleum Corp. under Town of East Hampton contract number EH21-027.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 2023-213, authorize the town to participate in the Environmental Facilities Corporation's Clean Vessel Assistance Program, Operation and Maintenance Project to support the Bay Constable's Pump Out Boat Program for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 214 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for track loader accessories and trailer with All Island Equipment Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 215 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract with Paul Singer Design for educational signage for the Peconic Estuary Committee. This is co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 216 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract with H2M Architects and Engineers for architectural and engineering services for the Southampton Police Headquarters expansion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 217 of 2023. These are to declare items surplus and authorize disposal of Cisco access points.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 218 of 2023, declare items surplus and authorize disposal of vehicles.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. All right, on 219 of 23, I need to amend. So there is, Sunday, I hope you have this, under number 11. So there's a list of professional surveying firms. And after that, there are two whereas clauses, and the second whereas clause has to come out completely.
Indeed.
That one that begins, whereas the requirement that a formal request for proposal, that comes out. And then you get to a resolve clause, and then you have two further resolve clauses, there's a total of three. But the first two further resolve clause, those also have to come out.
One is resolved, further resolved, or the second?
So you have the first resolved,
That's
then
it.
the next two further resolves come out,
Okay.
and you still have one further resolve left. Sunday, you have all this, right?
Jan gave it to Kim. Yes,
Kim,
we
you
have
have it all?
it. Collectively, we have it.
Okay, so I will make a motion to approve as amended.
Second. Well, you gotta amend it first.
I'm sorry, thank you. I'll make, and this is designated professional surveying firms for the town of Southampton. I'll make a motion to amend.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
And now I will make a motion to approve as
Same time.
amended, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, 220-2023, this is co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. This recall and amend, authorize supervisor to sign an agreement with Southampton Hospital for production assistance with the show Your Health Matters to be broadcast on Sun 20 TV.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 2023-221, recall and amend Town Board Resolution number 1103 of 22, as it relates to First Coastal Corporation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 2023-222, recall and amend 2022-1110, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Briscoe Protective LLC for 1976 North Sea Road, Conscience Point Marina.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 223 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, recall and amend resolution number 2022-1152, authorize supervisor to sign extended contracts for Southampton Volunteer Ambulance Facility with Commander Electric for the electrical portion, Intricate Tech Solutions LTD for the mechanical portion, Hirsch and Company for the plumbing portion, and Stalco General Contractors for the general construction portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
They're putting that together.
They are. 224 of 23, recall and amend 2023-104, authorize supervisor to sign contract extension with G&M Dej, Inc. for vehicle fuel management system maintenance and installation.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 225 of 2023 is a 2023 notice to bidders for a 2022 Ford F600 dump truck.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 226 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, is the 2023 notice to bidders for F-250 Super Duty with plow.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 227 of 2023, the 2023 notice to bidders for a 2020 Eager Beaver 55 GSL-3 trailer.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 228 of 2023, is to reject bids and second notice to bidders for portable toilet rental.
Second.
Seconded by
No
Councilman Schiavone.
waste puns?
Not right now.
No time to waste.
No potty bill.
No time to waste.
All right, we're not gonna waste any time.
Say, Town Board Resolution.
Wait, hold on. We had a second by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, approved.
Okay. Town Board Resolution 229 of 2023 is a 2023 notice to bidders for irrigation maintenance and repair.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 230 of 2023 request for qualifications for professional appraisal services.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 231 of 23 accepts grant from FM Global for the Fire Prevention Department and amends the 2023 adopted budget.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 232 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, amends the 2022 adopted budget for Land Management Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 233 of 23, amends the 2022 budget for various departments.
Second.
Housekeeping resolution, seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And we are on
Page
234.
234.
234 of 2023 amends the 2023 through 27 capital budget for Water District Subaqueous Crossing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 235 of 2023 is authorized disbursement of Landmarks Maintenance Award for window replacement and maintenance of the town landmark topping Rayner House located at 121 South Road, West Hampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 236 of 2023 is to authorize funding to furnish and install fencing at the old Southampton burying ground with residential fences corp.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 237 of 2023 is to appoint affirmative action task force for 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 238 of 2023 is to appoint the Antibodies Task Force Committee for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 239 of 2023 is to reappoint individuals to the Architectural Review Board.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 240 of 2023 appoints Michael Charrier, Chair of the Architectural Review Board for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 241 of 2023 reappoints individuals to the Conservation Board. It's co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier.
Second.
And the last one was also co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And we move on to 242 of 2023, appoints Harry Ludlow, Chair of the Conservation Board for 2023. This is co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier.
Second.
Who is seconding, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 243 of 2023, appoint Dark Skies Advisory Committee for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 244 of 23 appoints Licensing Review Board members for 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 245 of 2023 appoints Anthony Battaglia, Chair of the Licensing Review Board for 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 246 of 2023, appoint Trails Advisory Board for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. I need to amend 247. This is reappointing individuals to the Public Safety Commission. It's, on the financial impact, it says none, but there is compensation as provided in the 2023 adopted budget. It's a minor bit, so if we could just, under financial impact, just, it is budgeted, but it should say compensation as provided in the 2023 adopted budget. So I'll make a motion to amend to do that.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Then, so approved, and now I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
Same second.
Sunday, you have the change, right?
I don't, but
All right, so just basically financial impact, instead of saying none, we'll say compensation as
Shouldn't give me a
provided in the 2023 adopted budget. So I have a motion to approve as amended, seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, same issue on the next one, on 248 of 2023, appointing Robert I. Ross, Chair of the Public Safety Commission for 2023. Again, it's the none comes out on financial impact and compensation as provided in the 2023 adopted budget. So I'll make a motion to amend accordingly, seconded by Councilman
Same second.
Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now I'll make a motion to approve as amended,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. I just
I
want
think
to,
this is, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
I just want to take a moment, as I normally would have done this, as you know, on each one, but I just want to thank all those people, whether compensated in a minor way or most everybody volunteering just for their service. And we really do appreciate all that they bring to the table and help the town on the various boards that they serve on, whether it's the Dark Skies or Anti-Bias or Public Safety Commission, whatever it might be. So thank you to all of them. All right, 249 of 2023 authorizes additional funds for payment of outstanding legal services by Vincent Toomey Esquire for 2022.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 250 of 23, continue the legal services of Vincent Toomey Esquire for 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 251 of 23, authorize the town to reimburse NYMER the deductible for property damage claims.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 252 of 23, authorize town attorney to sign a stipulation of settlement agreement.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 253 of 2023, continuation of legal services by Kempola, Middleton, and McCormick LLP as it relates to litigation filed against the town of Southampton involving River Rock Structured Capital LLC for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 254 of 2023, continuation of legal services by Soderman, Ballin, Adler, and Hyman LLP as it relates to Rose Hill Road, Watermill, New York, for 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 255 of 23, continuation of legal services by Devitt Spellman Barrett LLP for 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 256 of 2023, continuation of legal services by Stephen Leventhal Esquire for ethics matters in 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman.
Says for 2022.
For,
It says for 2022.
I'm over here.
Oh,
All right, so there was a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And
got it.
and I think that it is correct, though, the next
for
one.
2023.
So
For
that was
11th,
approved.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
257 of 2023 recalls and amends resolution 2022-1130 as to the authorization of additional funds for Sermon, Ballin, Adler, and Hyman LLP for 2022.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 258 of 2023, recall and amend resolution 2022-1131 as to the authorization of additional funds for David Arnston Esquire of the law offices of Voles and Vigliata, PLLC for 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Tommy John, seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 2023-259 retains David Arnston Esquire of the law offices of Thomas M. Voles, PLLC, for all matters involving sand mines in the town of Southampton for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 260 of 2023 retains Devitt Spellman Barrett LLP as it relates to the matter of Richard Amper et al. Versus Town of Southampton Planning Board et al. And the Lewis Road PRD project.
Second?
On the motion?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. On the motion, Councilman Schiavone.
Yeah, considering this PRD, in my opinion, is a commercial establishment in our most restrictive residential district, which is CR 200, providing a 100-plus acre event and clubhouse, numerous structures in the APOD and in the Pine Barren compatible growth area, I will not be supporting this.
Okay, I'll just, I will say that the planning board made a decision that is being challenged, and whatever the matter here is, whether I like their decision or not, I am going to defend that body, the zoning board, the planning board, whatever it is, in their decision as our appointed reps that we have authorized to make these decisions, so.
100%.
I wouldn't leave them hanging in any way here, so I think they need to be defended. But, understood. So, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and one no?
Yes. Oh.
Would the clerk note the Councilman Schiavone is voting in opposition? All right, 261 of 2023, resolution of adoption, amending Town Code Chapter 178, East Quogue Public Drinking Water Infrastructure Improvement Program to add a sunset provision.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. Any discussion? We had a hearing on this. All right, I think it's important that we sunset it, but we can take things up on an individual basis later on, so I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 263 of 2023, resolution of adopting amending Town Code 298, taxation, to amend Article 5, exemption for senior citizens, to increase the income eligibility for property tax relief.
Thank you.
This is co-sponsored by the entire board.
Thank you, Skip.
Second.
All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye. Town Board Resolution
Hold
2.
on, hold on,
Did we miss
hold on.
262?
We're doing 262 right now.
That was.
There's a motion
Oh, okay.
and a second. This is Tommy John's resolution.
So we're going
He
back.
read Article 5, though.
Yeah.
We're on-
Did
We
we
pulled
miss
it.
Oh,
We're going
I
back.
read 263. What, did I
Three.
skip one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did.
What-
Okay, but we just, I believe we had a motion and a
Yeah,
second on
yeah,
I thought it did,
263.
pretty much.
We went out of
voted
order?
on 261, and then
How
the
was
next,
you
the
out of
next
order?
one is
Hmm?
262.
Same
But he jumped
second.
to 260.
Okay.
Oh, he read,
He read 263. We just voted on 263.
all right, so just go back and read 262.
262, that's all.
Okay.
Tommy John.
This is our fifth hour for those of you.
No,
Okay.
I know.
All right. 263?
262.
262.
On page
Town Board
93.
Resolution 262 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 298, taxation to amend Article 13, exemption for first-time home buyers, to continue the exemption for newly constructed homes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, co-sponsored by everyone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you for your work in conjunction with that, Councilman Schiavone.
And 263,
We did.
No, we didn't do it.
I don't know if we got to the
Let's
vote.
do it again.
Okay. Town Board Resolution 263 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire board, resolution of adopting amending Town Code Chapter 298, taxation, to amend Article 5, exemption for senior citizens, to increase the income eligibility for property tax relief.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 264 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire board, resolution of adoption amending Town Code Chapter 298, taxation, to amend Article 11, partial exemption for disabled persons with limited income to increase the income eligibility for property tax relief.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And again, Councilman Scavone, thank you for all of those. We are on 265, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, amending the 2023 Department of Land Management Environment Division fee schedule.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 266 of 2023, authorize supervisor and deputy supervisor to sign documents electronically. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 267 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire board, to authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents to participate in the Long Island Greenway Phase 2 application to the United States Department of Transportation Regional Project Assistance Program, known as the Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity RAISE Grant Program.
Second.
All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 268 of 2023 authorizes the supervisor to submit to the Clean Energy Communities Grant application, 15,000 EV community campaign for the purchase of an electric vehicle.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 269, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, Schneiderman, and Councilwoman McNamara, is the authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the Hampton Bays Hibernians Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade on March 18th, 2023, from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, are you abstaining?
Abstaining, yes.
So the Grand Marshal is abstaining.
Sorry. You guys can pay for my party, I don't want
So,
Let's talk about that offline.
so we had a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved with Councilman Martell abstaining.
Town Board Resolution 270 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, Councilwoman McNamara, Supervisor Schneiderman, and Councilman Martell. The authorization of cost reimbursement waiver for the East Quogue Elementary School, Robert J. Long Jr. 5K Run Walk on April 29th, 2023, from 7 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Second?
Second by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 271 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, Supervisor Schneiderman, Councilman Schiavone, is to waive showmobile fees for Hampton Bays Hibernians Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone.
I abstained from that one, too.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and Councilman Martell, also known as Grand Marshal Martell, is abstaining from that as well. All right, and that is approved. 272 of 2023 appoints Kristen Doherty to confidential secretary position in Land Management Planning Division.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 273.
We did.
We did.
Of 2023, we already did. So on that 274 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, appoints Candy Hatchis to Senior Office Assistant Position in Human Resources.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Candy. 275 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, promotes Police Officer Richard Garofalo to rank of Sergeant in Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations. 276 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, creates Fire Marshal 1 position in Community Preservation and reassigns Brian Williams.
Second.
Second by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 277 of 2023 approves excess vacation carryover from 2022 to 2023 for CSEA members.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 278 of 2023 approves vacation carryover from 2022 to 23 for CSEA members.
Second.
This is regular, not excess. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 279 of 2023, attendance at NYTOA conference.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Aye.
280 of 2023, authorized personnel from Human Resources Office to attend the Association of Towns Annual Conference.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 281 of 2023, authorize Town Code Compliance and Emergency Management Administrator to attend the 2023 New York State Association of Towns Conference.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 282 of 2023, authorize Fire Marshals Courtney Aditson and Shane Sharkey to attend the New York State Fire Academy Electrical Fire Investigation Course, March 22nd to March 24th in Montour Falls, New York.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 283 of 2023, authorize the town investigator Ricardo Larios, Larios, I said it wrong, and Code Enforcement Officer Brian Rondi to attend the New York State Fire Academy Hazmat Tech Module 1, 2, and 3 course February 20th through 24th, 2023 in Montour Falls, New York.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 284 of 23, modifications to CSEA salary schedule.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 285 of 23, update town workplace violence prevention program.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 286 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider amending Town Code Chapter 262 entitled Registration of Foreclosure Properties in order to comply with recently amended state law S3933.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This will be a hearing on February 28th at 6 PM, hybrid meeting. Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 287 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman McNamara and Councilman Schiavone. Notice of public hearing on the acquisition of development rights at 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 Marsden Street, Sag Harbor, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan to include 15 Marsden Street, and amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include those properties.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. And this would be for a hearing on February 28th at 6 PM, also a hybrid meeting. Any discussion?
Bring your jammies.
Was that the fun begins?
So bring your jammies.
You get new chairs by then?
I thought we had a productive conversation with the superintendent tonight.
I thought so too, and I think it's time that we invite the public in so that we can hear their perspective on this, so, we have motion and a second. Any further discussion? I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 288 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of 127 and 137 Mary's Lane, notice of Mary's Lane, North Sea, and to amend the Community Preservation Project Plan to include 137 Mary's Lane and amend the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include those properties.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. That will also be February 28th at 6 PM, that public hearing. 289 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider the grant of a conservation easement in connection with the subdivision of JSC Resources, Inc. in West Hampton.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier. Just to note, this is a March 14th hearing at 1 PM. So we have motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 290 of 2023, notice of public hearing to consider amending various sections of the town code in connection with retail cannabis dispensaries within the town of Southampton. And this would be for a hearing on March 14th. Do I have a second?
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. Any discussion? This is basically highway business and SCB zoning. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, it's approved. And we are now at 291 of 2023.
Took out of order.
We did that.
Oh, we took that one out of order, so thank you, John. We go to the walk-ons, starting with 42487, authorized purchase of stationery supplies and equipment, custodial supplies, and water cooler rental and bottled water from WB Mason Company, Inc.
Second?
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 42495, authorized town personnel from the town police to attend the NTOA SWAT Team Leadership Development Conference.
Second?
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 42499, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, is authorized the supervisor to submit a grant of application to the Household Hazardous Waste State Assistance Program.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution Number 42501 is to award and authorize the supervisor to sign contract with Grengus Ford LLC for an for a 2022 F-350 with service body.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 42506, ratify stipulation of settlement and release of claims and reassign groundskeeper 1.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
42509, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract with Edward Wolfersdorf to assist with the review of backlogged building permit plans in the Department of Land Management.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 42525 is warrant number 3, capital number 3, CPF number 3, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And lastly, 42528 reappoints Kevin Dilvari to the Board of Assessment Review.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Wow. We made it to the last resolution. It was a long agenda. I just want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day and let you get home to your loved ones. Wish the community happy Valentine's Day as well. Is there any other business? Great. Hearing none, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.